guilty of these counts of felony gut punch.
I'm Jared Halpern. Could a ban on Ukraine firing U.S. weapons into Russia soon be lifted? Several U.S. allies say it's time to do so.
Now, we're hearing a very different stance when we're looking at statements that we've heard from France and Germany, who announced this week that they do support Ukraine in using their weapons to fight back at Russian military sites in Russia, but only if they have already been provoked.
And I'm Jimmy Fallon. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
No U.S. president has ever faced a criminal trial. And now former President Trump is convicted in the New York hush money case he condemns as interference in the 2024 election, telling reporters shortly after the verdict yesterday he's an innocent man.
This was a rigged, disgraceful trial, that the real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here.
He did not testify in his own defense during a trial spanning 6 weeks. The jury's decision came at the end of 2 days of deliberations, finding the former president guilty on all 34 counts of former president out of the Oval Office backfire. Florida Congressman Byron Donalds urging people to remember in November.
Because if they're going to go after their political rival to stop him, what do you think they're going to do to you to get you to bend the knee to their crazy agenda, which is failing America?
The tabloid publisher David Pecker, who testified about paying to keep potentially damaging stories quiet, including the affair claims of Karen McDougal and Stormy Daniels.
The fact that this was a relatively quick verdict told me that the group was cohesive, and that generally bodes poorly for the president, as it did.
Jim Trusty is a former prosecutor and a former Trump lawyer.
It's not even really about the length of the deliberations as much as it is about the jury selection, the jury pool, and then the jury instructions. And I think a Manhattan jury has kind of proven their politics in this verdict to some degree. And I think the instructions took what could have been very complicated and challenging instructions of law about how they felonize these misdemeanors and turned it into kind of a all-you-can-eat buffet where the jury didn't have to be unanimous on certain elements of the felony crimes, which, will come back to haunt them on appeal, I think, but grease the skids for kind of a quick and easy verdict on the intent question here.
Yeah, let's get into that a little bit, because the way prosecutors structured this case has been called unconstitutional by some critics, essentially mixing state and federal law in order to turn misdemeanors into felonies. It worked for this jury, though. I mean, do you think it's all, political bias is why it worked for this jury?
Well, I don't know. Like I said, I think it's a combination. I think that the politics of the jury is certainly difficult. The raw percentages of how people vote in Manhattan is pretty stark. There's very few jurisdictions that are that uniform in their feelings about President Trump in general. You had jurors get on this jury that said things like they don't really like him, they don't like his public persona, but, oh, wink, wink, we'll be fair. So that's uphill. You run out of strikes at some point, as the defense did in this case, and you're stuck with who you have. You had 2 attorneys on the jury. That's not usually a great recipe either. But again, the jury instructions here, whatever the intent was of the judge, it effectively put his finger on the scale, because really challenging issues such as, were the original entries even fraudulent, which I would say they really weren't. It gets much more challenging for the defense if the jury is allowed to kind of pick and choose what motivation they think affected this. And you touched on the federalization. There is no reason in God's green earth that this jury shouldn't have been able to hear from an expert, a former chair of the FEC, about FEC law. Cohen and Pecker made references to FEC law, and the judge incorporated it into the jury instructions at the end, that was an acceptable basis for finding the intent that called to turn these misdemeanors into felonies. So, that is the type of stuff that I think an appellate court is going to really have a hard time getting past when they review this case.
FEC meaning Federal Election Commission law, right? So is that the best basis for an appeal? Is that like the number one issue in your mind?
I think that's a huge one. The other one that really strikes me as having a lot of teeth to it is the issue of collateral evidence coming out. Even though the government didn't end up calling Karen McDougal, and I think that was a game time decision, there was mention of her. And there was all this talk about, although not showing, the excess Hollywood tape. That's pretty collateral stuff to this case. And right in the beginning of this trial, the non-lawyers out there have had, I think, a legitimate reaction to all of this kind of selective investigation and prosecution and different treatment of President Trump. So who knows? His polls might jump up another 15% overnight because people just have a sense of fair play, and none of this feels fair.
He still faces 3 other criminal trials, Georgia election interference, and 2 federal cases, one over classified documents, a federal election interference case as well. It's not clear that any of them or the appeal of this case would be decided before the election. If he does win the election, do those trials get put on hold?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, look, again, uncharted territory. The first thing is, I think most people would agree, although it's a unique moment, that if he wanted to pardon himself, at least for the federal crimes, and maybe only the federal crimes that are charged in the 2 indictments out of D.C. and out of South Florida, that he could do that. Will there be litigation that follows? I'm sure. But most people view that kind of remnant of the power of the king to include yourself and your loved ones. So he could probably wipe out the federal cases just like that. I don't think that the eligibility is going to change because none of these are going to be perfected felonies by the time November rolls around. So again, we'll see. And there'll undoubtedly be people that take up the torch and try to litigate things on this. And we may see the reluctant Supreme Court dragged into the battle again and again. Right now, the immunity issue has stalled the Washington case until the Supreme Court rules. But that same immunity ruling could affect all of these cases. And then we have, I think, a lot of interesting litigation bubbling up in South Florida where the judge doesn't seem to be going along with Jack Smith's demands, and the government's getting more and more petulant in the way they talk to and file pleadings with that court. So sometimes lawfare might collapse on its own weight, but today was at least a short-term win for the proponents of targeting people before they have evidence. And that South Florida case you mentioned, that's the classified documents one, we should note. But if I'm following what you're saying about pardoning, self-pardoning, the thinking is that he would not be able to pardon himself for the state cases, the Georgia and the New York? Well, that's the prevailing wisdom, but I've also heard from other experts that say they think he would have that power on kind of a supremacy clause basis to actually pardon the New York cases, New York and Georgia cases as well. So again, decent chance we'll find out if those cases stay on track or don't get overturned on appeal.
You know the president pretty well, the former president, having served as his lawyer. He appeared very calm, very measured in his remarks after the verdict. Do you think it's affecting him much more than he's letting on?
Well, I don't have any inside scoop. I haven't talked to him about it or anything. But, I mean, look, anybody in a position where they're high profile, even if they feel reasonably confident that there's not going to be, horrific consequences like jail to follow, anybody that has 12 citizens of New York look them in the eye and find him guilty of these counts, of felony counts on a trial like this, has got to feel it. I mean, it's definitely a gut punch to kind of suffer through this process and to have such, I think, legitimate questions about the behavior of the prosecutors, the motivation of the prosecutors, the innovativeness of the charges, all that to say basically lawfare. So it's a bitter pill. I'm sure it's not sitting very well with them. But I think the first glimpse after the verdict was a bit encouraging in terms of being somewhat stoic about it and promising to take on the fight in kind of legal channels. And I hope that's contagious. I hope, for the good of the community, that Biden doesn't do a victory lap or he doesn't say something that comes off as kind of disingenuous, and that President Trump stays on the track he's on, which is basically bitterly fighting it, but not crossing any lines of civility that would worry us.
Jim Trusty, former prosecutor, former Trump lawyer, thank you very much for your time.
Sure, happy to join you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A healthy weight, more energy, and smooth, regular bowel movements. 3 things everyone strives for.
It's me, Chuck Norris. There's one really important thing we don't talk about enough: our health. Achy joints, digestive issues, weight gain, and fatigue. We're told these are normal signs of aging. So working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick.
Morning Kick is a revolutionary formula combining 10 different supplements in one. Probiotics that help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and several of the most powerful anti-aging supplements on Earth. earth. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, focused, and help manage stress.
Anybody can achieve great health regardless of their age.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com. Use code CORE or text CORE to 511-511 and claim 40% off today.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee.
Text CORE to 511-511. Morning Kick.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to Virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com.
Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. RAMP.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Friday, May 31st. This is the Fox News Rundown. Former President Donald Trump isn't done speaking out about his conviction yesterday on 34 felony counts in his New York hush money trial, the first time a former president was ever tried and convicted in a criminal case. He's scheduled to hold a news conference at 11 a.m. at Trump Tower. Last night, he attended a fundraiser with the campaign saying, "We're already back to the mission to save the nation." Their fundraising website crashed right after the verdict, but it's back up now. President Biden welcomes the Kansas City Chiefs to the White House today to celebrate their championship season and victory in the Super Bowl. He also meets with Belgium's Prime Minister Alexander De Croo at the White House. Arraignment on tap today for Jose Antonio Ibarra. He's the man accused of fatally beating nursing student Laken Riley on the campus of the University of Georgia in February. The case gained national attention after it was learned that Ibarra was in the U.S. illegally. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
A $1,000 donation has just been made on behalf of Linda Kearns, bringing our total to $6,305.76.
Jim Kelly, I'm blaming you.
Elvis for a week.
We appreciate this. Keep the donations coming, by the way. Our goal is $20,000, $25, $15, whatever you can do.
Yes.
All the money goes to the families behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Just go to GregSoccerSucks.com.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Open that window and get a breath of fresh air. This spring, PJ Fitzpatrick has great deals to replace your leaky old windows with beautifully designed, budget-friendly, energy-efficient, American-made windows. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with almost any budget. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com today.
Today, everyone is trying to eat healthier and eat more fresh foods. While that also goes for your four-legged friends. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you are not aware of the new generation of fresh food diets available for your four-legged friends, then you are missing out. At Dogs and Cats Rule, we carry a wide-ranging selection of fresh foods that includes raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, and baked. To learn more, visit any of our 7 locations. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardy plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Extraordinary awaits when you open up yourself to a world of possibilities with the 150-year-old Herradura Tequila. Made with unmatched care and aged to perfection, Herradura Tequila has the sophisticated taste to make any moment extraordinary. Herradura Tequila, available at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Please enjoy Herradura Tequila responsibly. Alcohol 40% by volume, 80 proof. Herradura Tequila, imported by Brown-Forman, Louisville, Kentucky.
If you're looking for that perfect piece of furniture, you have to check out Bucks County Estate Traders. They have the largest in-stock inventory in the region, and I mean largest, enough to fill a 58,000 square foot showroom. Quality, high-end furniture and accessories, modern, traditional, mid-century, all types of European styles, current pieces, as well as antiques. They'll arrange to ship anywhere, or you can pick up in-store. So visit them on Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield or at Bucks County Estate StateTraders.com.
Are you a Philly entrepreneur? Do you run one of the fastest growing companies in the Philly region? Do you want to benefit by being part of the Philadelphia 100 Awards and join other winners who have been recognized by this 35-year-old organization? Free applications are now open at philly100.org.
Apply now to be highlighted as one of the fastest growing companies in the Philadelphia region. Join us in the fall when awards are recognized. Register today at philly100.org. That's philly100.org.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The major averages ending lower on Thursday, led by a nearly 20% drop in shares of Salesforce after the business software provider forecasts second quarter profit and revenue below Wall Street estimates. Investors will be looking ahead to key data this morning with the release of the Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index. Core PCE, the Fed's favorite inflation gauge, is at its lowest level since March of 2021. In the meantime, Atlanta Federal Reserve Bank President Raphael Bostic telling Fox Business,
I'm not going to wait till we're at 2% to start cutting from our restrictive stance, because then that would really cause inflation to overshoot us moving to that target, and that wouldn't be ideal. But to know exactly when to cut, it requires a deeper look into the numbers.
The Dow fell 330 points, the NASDAQ lower by 184, S&P 500 down 31. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Hillary Barsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
A growing number of U.S. allies, including France, Poland, and NATO's Secretary General, say it is time for restrictions on how Ukraine uses the weapons it has sent to fend off the Russian invasion to be lifted. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has long asked for U.S. and other Western-supplied assets to be used to strike at Russian military targets inside of Russian territory, something the Biden administration has long prohibited, concerned it could escalate or even widen the conflict.
We haven't encouraged or enabled strikes outside of Ukraine. Ukraine, as I've said before, has to make its own decisions about the best way to effectively defend itself.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken, during a trip to Moldova this week, then added this.
As the conditions have changed, as the battlefield has changed, as what Russia does has changed in terms of how it's pursuing its aggression, escalation, we've adapted and adjusted to, and I'm confident we'll continue to do that.
Late Thursday, a slight easing in U.S. restrictions was announced. President Biden has given the go-ahead for Ukraine to use American weapons inside Russia very limitedly to defend the northern city of Kharkiv. An official stressed there is no change in prohibiting U.S.-made long-range missiles and artillery outside Ukraine.
For so long, these restrictions have been in place largely due to the fact that other countries that are providing not only financial aid, but military assistance and specifically weaponry to Ukraine. They want to prevent their country from being pulled into the conflict even further.
Alex Hogan is a Fox News foreign correspondent covering the war in Ukraine.
And that's something that we have heard from Russia throughout the war, that other countries that are providing military aid are creating a bigger problem. That's according to President Vladimir Putin, and that they're putting their countries at risk. And for so long, for nearly 2 years now, we've repeatedly heard that same argument being used. And it's one that we're still hearing largely from Washington as to why Ukraine should not be able to use some of this weaponry in Ukraine, is that it would create a broader conflict. But we're seeing quite a dramatic change this week with more countries, more ministers, and more top governing officials saying that the policy is slightly changing, at least for some of these countries. We've got about 10 countries that have made announcements in some sort of way saying that they essentially do not take issue with Ukraine using Western weapons to fight back in Russia. And we can dive into that a little bit further because there's some big nuances in between what specific countries are saying.
I guess the broader concern is that, you know, the United States and NATO have kind of all along said, listen, this is not a NATO war. This is not a U.S. war. We are just giving Ukraine what they need to push back against this unlawful invasion, this unlawful aggression. And that would mean that there are defensive capabilities. Is the sort of change here that if you allow Ukraine to kind of fire deeper into Russia, these defensive weapons that the United States has been providing turn to offensive weapons that the U.S. is providing?
Exactly. So we're hearing very different stances and takes from these different countries that are providing weapons. For example, the UK, Sweden, they are giving more of a broad range green light for Ukraine to use their weapons as they see fit, something we've also heard from officials in Poland. Now, we're hearing a very different stance when we're looking at statements that we've heard from the leaders of France and Germany, who announced this week that they do support Ukraine in using their weapons to fight back at Russian military sites in Russia, but only if they have already been provoked and only if they're specifically targeting the military site that is currently attacking them.
So in other words, like if these rockets are being fired from a specific location inside Russia, they could attack that launching system before the rockets were like in the air.
And just that specific site. They went on to say that this is not a sweeping change that would allow Ukraine to then target other areas, even preemptively. And the main reason for that is that other governments want to ensure that they're not escalating a situation that other towns, innocent civilians could be harmed. But we're not seeing this broad sweeping green light across all NATO countries. Italy still not on board. And we talked about this a little bit, but the U.S. has said that they're not changing their policy, but we have heard some different terminology, some different language from some top officials this week. Early in the week, the State Department said that it does not support Ukraine firing weapons out of the country and that there's no policy change. But we did hear U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken make some comments that sparked some attention. So he was saying that Ukrainians do need to make decisions of how they are going to best defend themselves, and that Washington, quote, adapted and adjusted as necessary. So there were some questions around that specific wording, but when Blinken was asked to expand a little bit further, he just reiterated those words again, that it needs to be an adapted and adjustable approach.
I mean, Zelensky certainly, I think, would like these safeguards removed, right? These kind of limits removed. Has he specifically spoken about targets inside Russia that the Ukrainians are seeking?
We've routinely heard him say that, especially given all of the new rounds of aid, something that is desperately needed on the front lines, especially when we're looking at the northeastern part of Ukraine, where Russian forces are trying to advance and Ukrainian forces are really trying to hold them back. Those are some of the areas that Zelensky says his forces need to be able to protect themselves and fight back. We're also seeing, according to the ISW, which is a think tank in Washington, that there are reports of larger groups of Russian troops amassing near that northern border. And it's important to remember that that's also near Ukraine's second largest city. So a very potentially dangerous situation there. And that's what's turning up the heat a little bit for these other world leaders to speak up, saying that there should be more support for this after hearing Zelensky repeatedly ask to have the right, to have the ability to be able to use some of these weapons elsewhere. And it is worth noting that this, again, is a very different stance from what we would have heard 2 years ago. This kind of stance would have been unheard of, that using these weapons inside Russia, on Russian soil, would even be a possibility. So it's a big change in that. But the question is, realistically, how much of a change is this? If all of NATO is not in agreement, does Ukraine actually make a different change here? Until now, Ukraine has really just been using drones to attack targets further into Russian territory, not some of the long-range weaponry that many of the NATO countries are sending over.
The I guess challenge for the especially the Biden administration has kind of been this balancing act, right, where they don't want to provoke Vladimir Putin or Russian leadership to kind of expand. And I mean, because I guess if you're firing into Russia, right, and you're taking targets out inside Russia, military targets in Russia, Russia could then, I guess, make the argument that they need to destroy these weapons before they get to Ukraine. That would mean a NATO country, right? I mean, these weapons that are sent to Ukraine often travel like through Poland and stuff, right?
Exactly. And we did hear some very strong remarks from Russian President Vladimir Putin this past week in response to this whole argument playing out. There's been, of course, a lot of press conferences, NATO meetings this week, and all of that is making news with what these different government leaders are saying. And he responded, Putin, this week, saying that any of these kinds of green lights from other countries to allow Ukraine to do this would escalate tensions. But going much further, telling and warning some of these NATO countries, specifically the smaller ones, giving kind of an eerie statement saying that these are small countries with very dense populations, and that these countries should take that into account before they even have any conversations about striking Russian territory. So obviously a very alarming statement to hear if you are one of those smaller countries, especially one of the smaller countries near Ukraine or near Russia. That being said, there were some responses to commentary just like that, with other countries saying, look, if Russia is starting this by firing into Ukraine, it's automatic defense. The NATO chief says, look, this is protected under international law, that they would be defending themselves. But still, that is not the line and the stance that everyone is going with, at least not at this point in time.
How seriously are NATO countries and Washington taking these bellicose statements from Vladimir Putin?
Well, we have heard similar statements, not in regards to the dense population, but we have heard Putin give similar comments and warnings to the West about sending more aid would only create a more broad conflict. And despite those words, we continue to see major military aid packages be sent to Ukraine so that Ukraine can continue to defend itself. So just this week, for example, Sweden committed its largest security assistance package, which was about $1.2 billion in military aid. Belgium pledged more F-16 fighter jets. The Netherlands also committed more aid this week, specifically helping with a Patriot air defense system. And Spain also said it would send air defense missiles, which is something that Ukraine says it desperately needs. So despite the fact that we're hearing these warnings from Putin, it's not stopping other countries from pledging their aid and then going one step further, telling Ukraine that they're allowed to use it.
I know that there have been talks about sort of peace plans. I think Zelensky has something like a 10-point plan. Is any of that gaining traction now? Is this war just grinds on, especially in the eastern part of Ukraine?
Exactly. So there is this Peace Talk Summit, which is scheduled for next month. That's in Switzerland. And we have heard Zelensky call on U.S. President Joe Biden to attend, as well as Chinese President Xi Jinping, in order to really broker some sort of change and gain some international movement here.
I mean, that would add a lot of legitimacy to it if you had Biden and Xi there.
It would. We have heard, the main stance that keeps getting repeated is that if Russia is not part of these talks, how do you broker peace talks between two countries at war if both parties aren't willing to come to the table and really negotiate? And another part of this problem that we're looking at while Ukraine continues to defend its territory and fight for its territorial integrity, when we look at some of the military pledges, it can also give us a look into just how long this war potentially could drag out. For example, Belgium's pledge that it made of these F-16 fighter jets should be delivered to Kyiv within the next 4 years. So this is not a short time frame by any means. On top of that, of course, those on the front line are waiting for the U.S. aid, which we are hearing is just starting to arrive, but it is by no means in the timeline that the Ukrainian government is hoping and saying that will help solidify their forces and fortify the front line. So it just unfortunately does give us this insight that it is going to continue much longer than I think anyone involved would have hoped.
Alex, always appreciate your insight, your reporting. Stay safe in your travels.
Thanks so much.
Kayal and Company, morning 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Attention! Father's Day is June 16th. Do you have a gift ready? Don't worry. Just get Dad something from Untuckit, the official outfitters of Father's Day. Dads love Untuckit shirts designed to be worn untucked in wrinkle-free and Performance Plus, our perfect fitting pants. Henleys, polos, and more. They're the gifts he'll wear over and over, and he can wash and dry everything at home. Find the perfect Father's Day gift at Untuckit.com or at 80-plus stores. Untuckit. Shirts designed to be worn untucked.
If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage.
At Infinity of Westchester, we believe in transparency, fairness, and above all, serving our customers with care. Whether you're looking for a brand new Infinity or a reliable pre-owned vehicle, we have something for everyone. This month, save up to $15,000 on select Infinity models. And that's not all. Every new Infinity purchase comes with 3 years free maintenance. So don't wait. Visit us in-store or online today at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Donald Trump found guilty of all 34 charges in his hush money trial, the first former president ever convicted of felony crimes. Military officials say the U.S. and Britain have struck 13 Houthi targets across Yemen. And Tampa 7th grader Bruhat Soma wins the Scripps National Spelling Bee in dominant fashion.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands. at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Fox News, I'm Sue Gussman. Reaction continuing to pour in after a New York jury convicted former President Donald Trump of 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. Republican Senator Ted Cruz.
This is what you see in banana republics, and it is, I am both furious and heartbroken at the same time.
Independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. had this to say about the verdict on Fox's Jesse Waters Primetime.
I think the Democrats feel like they have the DNC feels like it has a candidate that cannot win fair and square in the polls. And so they have to win in the courts. They have to win by clearing the deck and getting their other opponents out of the race.
Former president isn't done speaking out about his conviction yesterday. He's scheduled to hold a news conference this morning to speak more about it at Trump Tower. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
College football season is inching closer. Fox Sports announced a few select games from the 2024 football schedule on Thursday. In Week 1, the Big Noon kickoff team makes its way to Morgantown, West Virginia, as Penn State faces the Mountaineers on August 31st at 12 p.m. Eastern on Fox. On September 14th, Alabama and Wisconsin will kick off at noon Eastern on Fox. Fans will get a chance to see the Crimson Tide with new head coach Kayal DeBoer as Alabama enters a new era without Nick Saban. And in the final week of the regular season, Michigan and Ohio State will once again face off on November 30th at 12 Eastern on Fox. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I hear Scotty Scheffler and how calm he is and direct he is and respectful he is to this officer who's saying things, quite frankly, that doesn't make a lot of sense at times. What does it matter if he's a police officer or a security guard? It matters a lot. Security guards don't arrest people. Security guards and police officers are different. This is just poor police work after the fact. It's an overreaction from one police officer, and I think it was pretty easy to see that Scotty Scheffler, in his dealings with the cops, he showed an amazing amount of restraint. He didn't get an attitude one time. He didn't pull, hey, I'm the number one golfer in the world, I'm trying to get you. He didn't do any of that. I'm telling you in this one specific instance, here is someone who I think was we hear now, was extremely respectful and trying to do the right thing. It was a giant misunderstanding, and he still ended up in jail. Now, the charges were dropped eventually. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai. It's time to stop horsing around and make a sure bet by buying your next vehicle during the Colonial Hyundai Triple Crown Sales Event. Take your pick and win 3 ways at Colonial. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock, $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed 0% financing on a brand new Hyundai for up to 60 months. The remodeling of our dealership is coming down the home stretch, and we have a huge selection of Elanchas, Santa Fe's, Konas, Ioniqs, and more, all marked down and available for immediate delivery. We're the top jockeys when it comes to making sure you ride off the lot with the best financing and the most car for your money. Hyundai Assurance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. It's the ultimate trifecta, only at Colonial Hyundai. Up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock, $6,500 for your trade, 0% financing for 60 months. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% offer valid on select Ioniq 5 vehicles. Up to 20% off dealer listed price. Includes all rebates and incentives. Offer cannot be combined with other offers. Offer ends 6/3. See dealer for more details.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Imagine a world where animals and humans coexist in harmony, where wild animals thrive, habitats are protected, and marginalized communities are empowered. At International Animal Rescue, this is our vision. Our holistic, community-led projects not only rescue animals, but also protect and replenish precious habitats, creating a better future for us all. But we can't do this without you. Show your support now and help keep the wild, wild. Visit internationalanimalrescue.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
No shade necessary. All fans will receive a pair of London 2024 sunglasses presented by SEI on Wednesday, June 5th at 4:05 when the Phils host the Brewers. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. The West heads east on Monday, June 17th and Tuesday, June 18th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, June 19th at 1:05 when the Padres visit the Phils at Citizens Bank Park. Get tickets now at Phillies.com.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. RAMP.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this final day of May. It is Friday, May 31st, and this is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. A action-packed Friday show. A historic Thursday afternoon. And I'm sure there are many people with many things to say. And we will flush it all out and hash it all out for the next 4 hours. Sean Farish will join us, originally scheduled for 9 o'clock this morning. He will join us at 8:30. And on a serious day like this, not so much the imitation from Sean, but the actual thoughts, analysis, and reaction from Sean on the guilty verdict of yesterday. Donald Trump found guilty on 34 charges in Manhattan, New York. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Well, you could say Donald J. Trump certainly galvanized the Republican Party.
You could say that indeed.
Brought everybody together.
Yes. Gregory, how are you?
What are we going to talk about today?
I don't know. It's such a slow news day.
Wow.
Nothing to talk about.
All right. Your favorite ice cream. What's your favorite Jersey Shore ice cream? 855-839-1210.
Feels like a day after the Eagles lose a big football game show where I'm just going to be a switchboard operator, give out the phone number, and allow people to vent. And justifiably so.
I mean, that's what we're here for, right?
Yep.
We're here to be the megaphone for the Delaware Valley and places beyond. So, yeah, we want to hear from people today.
Absolutely. So if you've never called the show and you are ticked off, today is your day. 855-839-1210. We will probably do a majority, if not all, of the program on the Trump story from yesterday. A few other things that we potentially could get to. We'll see how things play out. Cut sheet 7:45, Sean Farish at 8:30, and a lot of the reaction and the fallout, the commentary, and where we go from here, especially with sentencing coming up for Trump right before the RNC. Surprisingly, just 4 days before. It's purely coincidental. I'm just going to venture to say. Just, July 11th, July 15th, what the hey. At this point, why try to hide it, right? 6:03, let's get to the news. Round number one, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. May 31st, we are at 55 degrees, headed up to 77 degrees today. Local news, an off-duty Philadelphia police officer was indeed injured during a robbery and shooting that happened early yesterday morning. So this is a follow-up report. I had talked about it yesterday, but we were not getting all of the details. So it happened in the 5 a.m. hour, east 2100 block of East Westmoreland Street in the city's Port Richmond section. Police say the 31-year-old victim, who is the police officer who was off duty, was by his vehicle when an armed man walks up to him and announces that this is a robbery. The off-duty officer takes off running after handing over his belongings. So gives the car keys, gives the wallet, and turns and they always tell you, avert your eyes, walk away. Well, when police say the suspect then followed him, fired multiple shots, so the officer at that point returns fire with his personal weapon and he did suffer a graze wound. So that he was taken to the hospital, later released. He did not suffer any life-threatening injuries or anything of that nature. We don't know if he struck the suspect because he did fire back. So the bad guy remains, the armed and dangerous man remains on the run. The injured officer, who's not being identified at this point, is a 7-year veteran and assigned to the 16th District. Standard operating procedure at this point. I mean, he's still recovering, probably a little shaken up by that situation. Thought that he was doing the right thing as a Philadelphia crime and or carjacking victim. You're always told, turn over your keys, turn over your belongings, avert your eyes, walk away. That's what he did. I guess this guy thought he saw his face or didn't like the way he looked, and so he fired at him, went after him and tried to shoot him. So they're trying to find that armed and dangerous individual. We have a shoplifting suspect in the suburbs. This is Montgomery County. And this shoplifting suspect is accused of biting 2 police officers in Abington during an arrest.
Biting?
Biting.
I hate biters.
This happened on the evening of May 18th, Dick's Sporting Goods on Moreland Road there. So police say 5 women were seen concealing merchandise, stealing merchandise in bags.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And we hear about this all the time. And they were stopped when police said they attempted to leave the store without paying for any of the items. One of the suspects, identified as 18-year-old Sonny Reed, was allegedly found with some of the stolen merchandise. But after the police were trying to arrest her, she is accused of biting those 2 police officers before they finally,
What kind of savage animal do you have to be to bite a police officer after you thought you could just get away with shoplifting? I mean, I guess it could be worse. It could have been a Dick's employee that said, hey, put that back, and then he took a chunk out of somebody's forearm.
The truth about human bites, I know this sounds weird, but if you're bitten by a dog, it's actually worse to be bitten by a human.
Really?
Yes. I only know this because one of my kids was bitten by another little human when they were like 8 years old.
Yeah.
And took them, had to get it treated.
Right.
And the pediatrician had told me that.
Yeah, because when you get bit by a dog, the first reaction is rabies or something like that, or, penetrating the skin.
Dogs' mouths are cleaner because you know how they, with their saliva, like dogs and cats.
Right.
So a human mouth is, if you will, the saliva contains more germs.
Yeah. Humans are dirty individuals, aren't they? I've always thought that. We're a very grimy species.
So this 18-year-old young lady facing a long list of charges, including aggravated assault, harassment, retail theft. As far as those 2 officers who were bitten, I don't have the details of where they were bitten, but they did have to get treated for those bite wounds in the hospital.
Well, I guess depending on what the verdict is and the trial and the court case, if this goes that far, if found guilty, the headline of the newspaper can be shoplifter bit off more that she can chew.
Oh,
you see, I could be the headline person for the New York Post.
Other headlines this morning. We knew that yesterday there was that 4 p.m. news conference. I know we'll talk about that this morning as Ocean City officials, addressing public safety after all of the chaos down the Jersey Shore. So we had Ocean City officials, Wildwood officials, many different officials down the shore saying this will not be tolerated. Fights, shoplifting, disorderly conduct, learning some of the details about what was going on, stores that were forced to close down early. And they're just saying in Ocean City, Wildwood, remember that state of emergency declared for what officials called civil unrest due to a large number of juveniles in the city. This was going on across the shore. So they're working now with lawmakers on new legislation, tougher legislation that would indeed allow police officers to engage more with juveniles, saying laws at the state level restrict police officers. The governor's office, the attorney general have not commented on all of these officials and their news conferences. Just a headline here because we talked a lot about Mama Bear, Kylie Kelsey, and her, this is Jason's better half, but that confrontation down the shore. Remember yesterday I said that lady who appeared to be liquored up, who confronted the Kelseys, she should apologize. Well, she sobered up. She apologized. I'm sure everybody knew who she was, and she was probably didn't expect that would go viral, that would make international news.
Yeah, if you're seeking fame in this lifetime, I don't think that's the right way to go about it, but that's just my personal opinion.
Amen. Well, I know we're going to talk a lot this morning about the other big news of the day, but I do want to give the forecast. What a beautiful Friday. If you could bottle this forecast up, and the weekend looks gorgeous. 77 degrees for your today and bright sunny skies. The clouds, a few clouds this morning will clear. Tomorrow, 84 degrees for your Saturday. And then Sunday, there are some chances of some spotty showers, but all in all, a beautiful weekend. We're in the 80s. And yes, I know we'll get a lot of reaction to all of the fast-breaking developments that happened yesterday in Kayal's Big Take. This is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:10 on this Friday morning. You know what time it is.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
And the Big Take this morning is brought to you by Styles CFO Services. The Big Take, presidential precedent. It'll be a day that none of us should ever forget for the rest of our lives. A day that we should and probably will remember where we were the moment the news came down. Former president and current GOP nominee Donald J. Trump was found guilty on all 34 charges in his New York trial, led by Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg and allegedly orchestrated by the Biden DOJ. It was shortly after 4 p.m. on Thursday. Of course, I already typed up and wrote my big take on media and government when the news came across my television in the background as I had Fox News on, and I heard, "The verdict is in. We have a verdict." I heard Neil Cavuto's painful voice say in the backdrop. I immediately propelled myself across the hardwood floor in my computer chair from my desk to my living room where my television is, and immediately I knew I just wasted the last 90 minutes of my life thinking, writing, and typing. But I believe I'm a pretty fair and objective talk show host for the most part. I'm not a Trump fanboy. I don't carry his water. I don't think he is the reincarnation of Christ. I'm a voter of his. I'm a supporter of his. I love his policies. I like his brash statements and balls. I don't agree with 100% of everything, but I'm not a guy to get caught up in the nonsense. I look at results, and in his 4 years, especially the first 3 years, pre-2020, he got them. But what happened to that man yesterday by the system and the establishment is downright sickening, and it sets an awful presidential precedent in this country. If the swamp doesn't like you, they'll stop at no ends to dismantle you. And if they can't get you federally, they'll get you on the state level. If they can't get you on the state level, they'll try to go after you locally. It'll be coordinated. It'll be orchestrated. So if you ever wanted to be the next president of the United States and rule with an iron fist and try to be like Donald Trump, this was a lesson to the nation. Donald Trump was found guilty on all 34 counts in his hush money case in New York City. As Dawn would say, it's a sin. As I would say, it's scary. It's what Donald Trump has been saying all along. Quote, "If they can do this to me, they can do this to you." Here was Fox News contributor and legal analyst Andy McCarthy giving his live reaction moments after the verdict on Fox News. Listen and watch this.
It's a historic trial of a former president of the United States by his partisan adversaries. Whatever you think of the results, it's inconceivable in New York that anyone else other than Donald Trump would ever been indicted in this way by Alvin Bragg, the elected progressive Democratic district attorney who campaigned on the fact that he would go after Donald Trump, that he had a history of going after Donald Trump. This is a very political exercise, and you have to say that it accomplished what it set out to accomplish. What they wanted was to have a situation where they could call Donald Trump a convicted felon in the run-up to the election. We have an elected Democrat who got that accomplished. He got a very friendly judge who ruled his way on every important thing and turned the jury instructions into a roadmap to conviction. So now I assume, with the mission having been accomplished, we'll have more procedural regularity, Shannon. As you just said, there'll be a pre-sentence investigation. There should be a sentencing scheduled, and we'll go from there. But this case will be appealed, and I hope that there'll be more fairness and equity in the appeal than there was in the trial.
New York is not a fair and level playing field. We all knew that, and it was validated yesterday. District attorneys at a local level campaigning on this. Political in nature, mission accomplished. America, politically now, is officially a third world country. Thankfully, I'm 40 years old, likely dead by 62, as we have established on this show for 2 years. But what about my daughters? What about future generations? Are we now Mexico? Did you see the story earlier this week? A Mexican political candidate assassinated at point-blank range this week? Are we now China? A surveillance and police state? I think it's hard to argue otherwise. Democrats are many things, but they are not dumb. I thought hung jury, I thought two attorneys on this jury would see that the prosecution failed to reach the burden of proof. But this isn't about putting Trump in prison. Sure, they would like to do that. This isn't about taking him off the campaign trail. Yeah, they are doing that. This is merely about labeling him as a convicted felon. Because the left loves labels. They love putting people in certain boxes. And now they have put him in the convicted felon box. polls, taken with a grain of salt, have shown that most, if not all, Americans don't care about these court cases and the verdicts, and they won't impact the voting patterns or election results on November 5th. I hope that is true. Hopefully the polls in that regard continue to be wrong. But now, come November 5th, you know the Biden administration leading up until the election will be running ads and campaigning on Joe Biden, yelling and shouting, will you vote for me or will you vote for a convicted felon? Get ready for it. It'll be the one sentence the big guy can put together like he actually has a functioning human brain. But here's the silver lining. There are many appealable issues with this verdict. The Trump legal team probably already had their appeals drafted and ready to submit. I would have. And this is more about theatrics and headlines, tabloid material, clickbait, likes and retweets, video shares, buzz, nothing more, nothing less. The Democrats and left-wing crazies, they're going to take their victory lap. I wouldn't engage with them. But Trump will still be on the ballot November 5th and will still be the Republican candidate. And it merely comes down to the American people. Trump has said, quote, too big to rig. If you want Trump, you better vote mail-in ballot, and you better do everything and with every available possibility and option out there leading up until November 5th. Remember, early voting starts September 16th. Because as I've said, if you wait until November 5th, you've already lost. Take my word on that. But don't forget this as well. Yes, it's 34 counts. Yes, it's 34 guilty verdicts. But it's essentially one count, copied and pasted 34 times. Remember, we read through the indictment. It was literally a copy and paste job. It was the same charge, just copied and pasted 34 times. But I would tell this to my audience. Stop falling for the rally-sized turnout pictures on social media. Stop falling for the polls. Stop taking the bait. Also, be responsible, be safe, and get your payback between September 16th, when early voting starts. Let me say that for the people in the back. Get your payback between September 16th, when early voting starts, through Election Day, November 5th. This is a painful day for America. And I would never want to do this to a Democrat, because this is not the country that I want to live in. But you have to keep pushing ahead. You have to be optimistic. Life will go on after Donald Trump for the GOP. This isn't the end of times, and we still have 5 months to go. And it can be you, legitimately you right now, that makes the difference. You can take that advice, or you can be defeated and say the fix is in. That's up to you. But I personally choose to plow forward, as pissed off as I am. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
We will take your thoughts and reactions all morning long from yesterday's big news, yesterday's historic first at 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat, just go to Kayal and Company's YouTube page. That's youtube.com/@1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons. Big Take brought to you by Styles CFO Services. Styles CFO Services. They offer a full suite of accounting and financial services to help transform your company, big or small. Visit stylescfo.com for your free 21-point assessment. Every organization needs a financial leader. Let Styles CFO Services be yours. Lots of reaction on the way as we continue this morning. It's a Friday edition of Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hopefully you've been listening to my picks here, because I took the Dallas Mavericks last night, and they beat the Minnesota Timberwolves 124-103 in the NBA playoffs. Dallas now leads the series 4-1. Boston Celtics have already secured their spot in the finals. It's not too late, though, to get in on the action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, championship futures, so much more. There's no better place to bet on all of the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NBA. 21 and over, present in PA. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue does not withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Morning. Oh, hey neighbor, sorry for the banging. We're remodeling our kitchen. And sorry for the dust. New patio and landscaping going in.
Wow, are you growing money in your backyard?
No, we get a home equity loan from First Harvest Credit Union with an affordable payment. They offer flexible terms, great rates, and less fees. You can say First Harvest is helping us grow our house.
First Harvest Credit Union, a better place to grow. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch for more info. Membership restrictions apply. Equal housing lender insured by NCUA.
You know, we're so fortunate in this country to have a military that is 100% volunteer, men and women who voluntarily are willing to lay their lives on the line for us and our freedoms. But when their service ends, well, transition to civilian life can be very difficult, especially in this economy. Now, access to housing, employment, and even their earned VA benefits can be difficult. Now, that's why our friends Pure Talk, a veteran-owned company, my wireless company, proudly supports America's Warrior Partnership and their mission to prevent veteran suicide by providing fundamental needs to our warriors. Now, you can help this great cause simply by switching your cell phone service to Pure Talk before the end of the month. And you'll have unlimited talk and text, by the way, for $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, they'll make the switch simple, fast, and easy. Pound 250, keyword save now, the same service for half the price of the big carriers AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile. And you get to help a vet in need.
Have you questioned your doctor about symptoms like low energy, digestive issues, brain fog, joint pain, just not feeling right, just something is off, and you're only left settling for unanswered questions, or worse, being told it's just because you're getting older? You don't have to settle for unanswered questions any longer. With Younger Me MD's exclusive VIP membership program, aging doesn't have to make you feel older. Their proven 3-step process and functional medicine approach helps you discover the underlying causes of your issues. As a member, you get access to high-level personalized treatment plans, as well as discounts on treatments and supplements. If you're ready to live the life you deserve, it's time to learn about Younger Me MD's VIP membership program. Call 445-266-4024. 445-266-4024. That's 445-266-4024. And schedule your consultation with Younger Me, MD.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to nomoredraftywindows.com for full offer details.
Attention homeowners. Do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? Fog between the glass? Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace.
If you've put off replacing windows because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And right now, you can save $359 off every window and $887 off every door.
Just text DOOR to 200-300 for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or patio doors for no dollars down, no payments, and no interest for a year.
That's right. You don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. But hurry, these big dollar savings end this month.
Text DOOR to 200-300 right now. Text the word DOOR to 200-300. Don't wait. Text DOOR to 200-300.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Indulge in an extraordinary dining experience at Del Frisco's Double Eagle Steakhouse. For intimate dinner parties to corporate events, the chef-driven cuisine, impeccable wines, and exceptional hospitality give you an experience like no other. Call 215-246-0533.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here. You have a Soros-backed DA, and the whole thing. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. Our whole country is being rigged right now. This was done by the Biden administration in order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent. And I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end and we'll win. Because our country's gone to hell. We don't have the same country anymore. We have a divided mess. We're a nation in decline, serious decline. Millions and millions of people pouring into our country right now. From prisons and from mental institutions, terrorists. And they're taking over our country. We have a country that's in big trouble. But this was a rigged decision right from day one with a conflicted judge who should have never been allowed to try this case, never. And we will fight for our Constitution. This is long from over. Thank you very much.
There he was, Donald J. Trump, yesterday after the guilty verdict, and the conviction comes in on a day in which it looked like day number 2 was going to end without the jury returning with a verdict, as it felt like, early in the 4 o'clock hour, and apparently there was all sorts of mass confusion. The judge thought it was over for the day. The jury was going to go home, and then all of a sudden there was this misunderstanding, and the judge is like, oh, we do have a verdict. And then within probably 20 or 30 minutes after that curveball was thrown, we got the announcement, which we played for you in the big take, the reaction, and of course, Donald Trump yesterday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here. It's Kayal and Company on this Friday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Your thoughts, your reaction, certainly encouraged. 855-839-1210. Dawn, your thoughts yesterday as this was playing out in real time, as the dinner hour was approaching and the news came in. What was going through your mind throughout the afternoon, and then obviously once the verdict came in?
When it came in, I was not surprised. I was disappointed. You kind of go through those phases. It's like grieving, where you're disappointed that somebody on the jury didn't say something. I think that they were, in fact, handcuffed and closed in by those judges' instructions, which is why the instructions by the judge, of course, this will all be appealed. I have no question it'll be overturned. And I actually think that's why the Democrats in this chess game, that the Democrats are always good at planning. That's why they've been going after Justice Alito. The other day I was thinking, why why are all the headlines about Justice Alito and a stupid flag?
Mm-hmm.
And then yesterday, as I'm watching and going through these, it's just infuriating and it's disappointing. And then I was listening to Zioli on the air because I was, taking my kid on a beautiful evening to a track meet, and he's talking about this, and he's angry, but he says it's really bad for the country because this is now par for the course. This is what we're going to see. And then I started thinking about, wait a minute, how many Americans are actually felons? I thought the Democrats were the ones who said we should not brand people. We should not brand people as a felon, offender, convict, addict, juvenile delinquent. All those types of language should be dropped.
Mm-hmm.
And so I looked it up, and nearly 80 million plus Americans, about 1/3 of the U.S. adult population, have a criminal record. And about 20 million are convicted felons with a permanent record. So what happened to all this justice reform and the people first language? And isn't that a problem for Democrats? Because they've been saying, oh, well, this is racist. If you don't use person first language, you should never brand somebody because, they've gone through the system, so-called.
Yeah. Remember, we played that clip earlier this week in one of the criminal justice systems in the country. I think it was in Illinois, or maybe it's in Chicago, where they changed the terminology.
San Francisco.
For the offender, right?
Yeah.
But no, felon, that label will stick with Donald Trump for sure. But I think perspective really does matter. And legal perspective certainly is the theme of the day. Yes, we have precedent established now, but Jonathan Turley has a great quote, and I want to read this. It's only a one-sentence quote, but I want people to remember this. Jonathan Turley said yesterday, "This is not the only court. It's just the first one." So when we talk about the appellate process and appellate courts and the appeals and how long this will take, I mean, we might now, yes, we do have sentencing coming up on July 11th, 4 days before the RNC convention in Milwaukee on July 15th, but they're talking 3 or 4 months before this appeals process plays out. There's a good chance, not a great chance, but a good chance that this isn't even resolved from an appeals process before November 5th. He's going to appeal to every single court possible and work its way up throughout the system. And you had so many people weighing in and reacting yesterday. I thought DeSantis made a great post. Ron DeSantis saying, "Today's verdict represents the culmination of a legal process that has been bent to the political will of the actors involved, a leftist prosecutor, a partisan judge, and a jury, reflective of one of the most liberal enclaves in America, all in an effort to get Donald Trump." That this case involving alleged misdemeanor business record violations from nearly a decade ago was even brought is a testament to the political debasement of the justice system in places like New York City. This is especially true considering this same district attorney routinely excuses criminal conduct in a way that has endangered law-abiding citizens in his jurisdiction. It is often said that no one is above the law, but it is also true that no one is below the law. If the defendant were not Donald Trump, this case would never have been brought. The judge would have never issued similar rulings, and the jury would have never returned a guilty verdict. In America, and keep in mind, DeSantis has a law degree as well, the rule of law should be applied in a dispassionate, even-handed manner and not become captive to the political agenda of some kangaroo court. I thought that was really well said by DeSantis. I checked last night to see if Nikki Haley posted anything. As of like 9 o'clock last night, I did not see anything that she tweeted, but DeSantis coming out and saying that. And there's a lot of other reactions that we will read along the way. I will say this. I'm not shocked, but I am a little surprised. Considering I thought we were going to wrap up day 2 of jury deliberation yesterday, I thought we were really heading towards what my prediction was, and that was a hung jury. Again, I'll cite the fact that there are 2 attorneys on the jury. Now, they could be very liberal. They could hate Donald Trump's guts. They could be setting aside their legal expertise, but you'll never convince me, and I know it doesn't matter what I say, but you will never convince me that the prosecution proved this case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I get it. I was not there. Dawn, you're not there. Stalker, you're not there. Even, the legal scholars that do have access to that courtroom, from Turley to McCarthy to Honig to the fanboy on MSNBC that has posters of Judge Juan Merchan in his bedroom. I'm surprised because overwhelmingly the legal expertise reaction and recaps for 4 weeks was the prosecution is swinging and missing. And for whatever reason, it did not matter to that jury. You know, we've talked about, the O.J. Simpson case. That case was proved beyond a reasonable doubt. They voted to acquit O.J. Simpson. This case, I didn't think the prosecution came close to beyond a reasonable doubt, and apparently that didn't matter. But I would like to know, and I do believe that eventually these jurors will talk. A lot of them will want the camera time, the microphone time. There's probably going to be some of these.
I disagree with that.
Yeah.
I disagree with that.
Really?
Oh, my God. They're all going to go into hiding. There's zero chance we're going to hear from any of them.
I totally disagree. I think there will be people
Bet against me again.
I know. I'm
See how that works out for you.
From a greed and celebrity standpoint. People want to cash in on their moment. I think there's going to be people that actually write books about this. I think there's people out there that are going to say, hey, you know what? And a book publisher is going to come to, and I'm just spitballing here, juror number 4, for example, and they're going to talk to these people, and if they want to have their identity revealed and have their 15 minutes of fame and go on The View and...
So do you want to hear from them? Because you want to hear how much the judge's instructions...
Yes.
Because they had the judge's instructions reread to them multiple times, right?
Absolutely. Yep, I think there are people that will eventually talk because they can capitalize and cash in on this. Now, I don't know if that puts them in fear of retribution or anything like that, but I do think there will be some people that speak. But ultimately, my next thought process, and I know it's about this case specifically, but moving forward, in my opinion, this was the flimsiest of the 4 cases. And you got a 12 out of 12 guilty verdict. Is that a warning sign for the next 3 cases to come?
Yeah, but I don't know that the other ones will actually make it to trial.
Before election, November 5th.
Before November 5th. And this one, Trump's attorneys have already said that everything's on the table. Whatever appeals they put in for will be expedited. I suspect this will go to SCOTUS. And I'm serious. I think that's why in the media, I think that the fix was in, what was that, a week or 2 ago? They started talking about Justice Alito. I think Democrats said, all right, they're going to, if they, hopefully get the guilty verdict. So what happens next? They're going to appeal it to the Supreme Court. It's going to make its way quickly. It'll be expedited. They're going to take it. So we got to take out Justice Alito. Let's look for, and that's that whole ridiculous upside down American flag in distress.
Right.
Last summer? What? Why is that in the headlines for the past couple weeks? That's why. Because the Democrats think ahead and they thought, all right, get that talking point out, people. And so I think it's important, the committees with subpoena power to get all of the transmissions between the White House and DOJ, but White House officials and the media and all of these different courts and DAs. That is critical. That's how you catch them.
Yeah. And that takes time, unfortunately. You're starting
because they refuse to give it up.
COVID being a perfect example. Now we're starting to see how Fauci was destroying documents and these other email accounts that he allegedly had. And here we are. This is 3.5, 4 years later. So until that day comes, we're going to be looking at a point where Donald Trump is long out of the political spectrum, and we're probably getting ready for the 2028 election at that point. Just to show you really how difficult of a case this was actually for Trump to overcome and be found not guilty. Turley had a great quote yesterday as well, Jonathan Turley from Fox News. He said, quote, "It was an effective shortening of the football field. This was an impossible task given the instructions the court asked. It had the feel of a canned hunt. People are allowed to hunt game and shoot in a cage or small space because the judge allowed that. I don't know what the president was convicted of," he still says to this day. Jonathan Turley, maybe the brightest legal mind out there in media to this day, at this moment in time at 6:39 a.m. on Friday, May 31st, does not know what Donald Trump was convicted of. So for everybody out there that's outraged and ticked off, you have every right to be, because even the brightest legal experts are like, we still don't know what exactly has occurred here in this case. But I would like to know if there was 1 or 2, and at this point we don't know how many jurors were caught up on something, confused by something, whether it was the judge's instructions, whether it was the charges, going back and revisiting testimony and evidence. If there was somebody that was, on the verge of going towards the hung jury or the acquittal, what changed behind closed doors? What conversations were had? What foreperson of the jury said something or convinced them? Because I've always found those dynamics to be very interesting, where you've seen it, and I know it's just the movies, but you see these juries and they're in a conference room and they do a straw poll or they put their verdict in a hat and then they reveal it and then they go back through things and then they have to explain why they're going to vote not guilty or they're hung up on something. Who was it? Why did they change their mind? And was that actually the case, or was it just mere confusion? Because according to all of these legal experts, Judge Juan Merchan's instructions were, 90 minutes alone?
Yes.
I mean, so, I even
and they
if
were read back at least twice.
Yeah. So I still think there's a lot of people that were on that jury for 4.5, 5 weeks, whatever the total duration of time was, that are probably sitting here today saying, you know what, I need about 14 Tylenol. My head hurts trying to process all of this. So.
Trump's lawyer, Todd Blanche, made the rounds on cable news yesterday.
Yep.
He was on Jesse Waters last night. Phil, if you can bring up cut 10 here. He said that Trump was very much involved in picking the jury. Boy. Cut 10, Phil, go.
Were you satisfied with jury selection? And was the former president involved in that in any way?
I mean, very much involved. He was right there with the whole team talking about the potential jurors. Look, was I satisfied? We put a motion in because we said we could not get a fair jury in Manhattan. And that's not I'm not being disparaging to the jurors, man. They were great. They showed up on time every day. They were committed. They paid attention. But we're in a situation where we had a very limited number of people we could strike. And most of the folks, overwhelming number of folks, had a very strong opinion of President Trump, and it wasn't positive. And so imagine you, Jesse, going to trial facing 34 felony counts, and 100 people walk in the room, and the judge says, if you have a strong view of Jesse Waters, you can go ahead and leave. Half the room leaves. Half the room just walks out. Okay, so that's what we were dealing with. And look, that's not a reflection of the jury pool. That's not even a reflection of the judge. That's just the reality of New York City.
Yeah, it's the reality of the venue being New York City, and also how polarizing Donald Trump is. We've said this many times on this show. We could send Anthony or Phil or Daniel Valdez out to do a Man About the Town and get a thought on Donald Trump, and there's probably going to be nobody in downtown Philadelphia that doesn't have a view one way or the other on Trump. It's almost impossible for anybody to say, who? Never heard of him, or I don't really have a thought one way or the other.
Well, we said that from the beginning.
Right.
I mean, it's damn near impossible to find anybody who is kind of like Trump.
Yeah.
Nobody. There's probably 2% of the country, if that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it's almost impossible. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, I think you're right, and I think for New York, for Manhattan, to have this trial go down, I think these jurors felt in their own bubble that they are some kind of a patriot. Because if you think about it, let's say if he had been acquitted, if Trump was acquitted, and so many people said this, if he wouldn't that be great? If he's acquitted, he wins November 5th. That's a slam dunk, and this will be such a slap in the face. It was so political that I think these individuals thought, you know what, it's just, he must be guilty. He must be that convicted felon that, we're going to brand him because he must be taken down because he is a threat to democracy. And it became so partisan and so political. I think in their minds, I really do. I think they felt, first of all, they were listening to the judge's instructions, which essentially gave them no choice but to say guilty. And it was so confusing. But at the same time, I think there's probably in many of those jurors' minds, they thought, you know what, I'm being a patriot. I'm doing the right thing for my country.
Mm-hmm.
And your point, too, about Turley, I think that we need to take a lot of these pundits, no matter what side of the aisle they're on, these talking heads with a grain of salt, because everybody can talk about what a brilliant political mind Jonathan Turley is, but he got this case dead wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we need to take these people.
He didn't get it wrong, Greg. It's just, he was talking about the law. right? He was just saying what the the actual law.
Yes, he was, but
states.
his point was that any jury can't convict this, and like he's going on talking partisanly about this case, and you have to be skeptical of anybody who does that. We called out Weisselberg or Weissman or whatever that guy's name was.
Mershon's fanboy. We
We have to call out the people too who are like, well, this is a slam dunk.
They all got it wrong. Honestly, Ellie Honig, he was saying, honestly, if you took Ellie Honig's words, they were very similar to Turley.
Right, because they're talking about the law. They weren't wrong. They were talking about what is normal, right? They weren't wrong in talking about what is the normal procedure. What is the normal situation? What happens in a normal case? That's all they were laying out. Here's the law.
They were saying
Here's
things.
What the law
they were
says.
saying things that they thought the audience that was watching them wanted to hear. That is the God's honest truth. They all do
you
that.
played the clips of CNN people who were stunned by certain things.
I'm just telling you, stop listening to these talking heads. They don't know what they're talking
listen
about.
to all of them. I watch Rachel Maddow. I watch Lawrence O'Donnell. I review all media. I consume the full buffet, the right, the left, the middle. And I'm telling you that most of these so-called pundits, when they looked at the law, there were certain pieces of this case that were rare, unusual, that were not the norm of the law, and things that the judge was doing throughout his procedures were highly unusual and inconsistent.
All I'm saying is that you can't. These people are paid to give these opinions. 99% of the time, these opinions are wrong. You know what I mean? Like that. Why
when you're talking about
it's like
the law,
polls. It's like the polls.
No, it's not.
We keep having these
disagree with you
pollsters
completely.
But you have to separate the talking heads versus the legal experts.
Right.
I don't consider Turley to be a talking head. Yes,
of course he is.
He
He's
is
paid to be a talking head.
But listen. When you're talking about the law, and you're saying this is the law, this is in the book, right? And this is like sports. Right? You can talk about what is in sports. What is the law? What does it say? So, again, I'll go back to playing Monopoly with my brother John. Okay? In the fine print, my brother said, well, I've memorized the instructions. He was always winning until I realized that John was claiming that he was the authority on those instructions, and he was changing the rules to go for himself. Then when you actually read the instructions, you're like, no, that's not what the rules say.
Right, you don't get to rewrite the rules mid-game.
You don't get to rewrite. So the Constitution is pretty clear-cut. This judge was going against the norm of the interpretation of the Constitution and New York state law and the normal procedures. And that's why these legal experts were saying, hey, when I look at the law and I look at what normally happens in court, there are a lot of unusual situations going on. That's all I'm saying.
There's a couple of the legal analysts that are saying that 3 amendments were violated in this case as well. The First Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, and the Sixth Amendment in regards to Donald Trump and, quote, a fair trial. RFK Jr. comes out and says the Democratic Party's strategy is to beat President Trump in the courtroom rather than the ballot box. He says this will backfire in November. We'll see if that comes to fruition or not as well. Also, some of the polls that I posted on Twitter last night, pretty reflective of what we've been talking about. I asked people, after today's verdict, are you more likely to vote Trump, less likely to vote Trump, or not affected at all by the ruling in Trump's case? 66% more likely, 24% no change, 10% less likely. So we'll see how this plays out, but we'll get your thoughts. We'll get your reactions. 855-839-1210. Let's start with Mike. He's up first this morning in Abington. Mike, good morning. How are you?
How are you? I guess my big question is, how long do we conservatives carry his water? How long do we do just gymnastics? And this is kind of a dawn. I'm gonna talk to you for a minute. You're a mama bear. You protect your children.
Yes.
I heard an interview the other day he did on Howard Stern where he laughed and laughed about. It was about probably a year ago where he said that he was the only guy because he owned the Miss Teen USA pageant that could go backstage and see them naked. And I looked into it, and there were complaints by the young girls. If that was your daughter, would you still be voting for him? I've had enough of carrying his water. I read a book by his wife, not some of the 18 women who accused him of things. His wife said that he walked in angry at her, that he had got surgery in his head, ripped her hair out in a bloody clump, raped her, and in the morning laughed at her saying, "Does it hurt?" That's the wife, the mother of his children, not some nobody. I'm starting to feel, how long do we, because his policies are better, they are better. I'm starting to feel, how long and to what degree do we take this? That it's like my grandmother used to say, why is it always you? You know, we can sit here and say, he can beat this rap, he can beat this rap, he can beat this rap. He's got flesh-eating lawyers. That's great. But why is it always him? He sleeps with a hooker. He sleeps with a porn star. He'll get away with it. Who are we? Are we the brain trust that we used to be?
First of all, I'll say this. I interviewed Ivana Trump, the late Ivana Trump, who unfortunately and sadly has passed away. But in my career, I interviewed Ivana Trump. She did say, referring to that, because that's, we're talking about somebody who tragically passed away during their very nasty divorce, and it was an ugly divorce, which probably half of Americans have had a divorce. Divorces, as you know, I don't know if you're married, divorced, but they can be ugly. She did say during the divorce, she said that Trump had raped her. Trump denied it. Ivana Trump herself said later she retracted that. She said she didn't mean it literally. These are her words, not mine. But she said that she felt violated by him and was upset about the divorce and so on. I interviewed, she was a lovely lady, but those are her words that I'm quoting. So I'm not going to get into somebody's marriage and somebody's divorce. That divorce happened, I think, in 1990. So there's that one. As far as the Stern interviews that happened years ago, okay, if we want to go down that road, he did say, yeah, I can go backstage and see people. He wasn't showering with his daughter naked. He wasn't breaking into an area. That's not what was happening. Did he walk backstage when different people are dressing? Apparently he did. He talked about it openly. That's a fact. If you don't want to vote for him because at some point he did that, look, I will tell you that if you want to go down this road and you want to look into every boss you've worked for, every government leader, and you want to put them to this standard, then there are going to be a lot of men out of work.
I am beyond reproach, by the way. So thank you.
I'm not talking about Greg.
Yeah.
But my co-anchors, oh my goodness, co-anchors on the air right now in Philadelphia, I could tell you stories.
Sure.
So if you want to go down this road and talk about and go back 2 decades with people or more, I mean, you're talking about Trump in the 90s or what have you. Okay, we can go down that road. And if we want to put everybody out there and expose everybody, including Joe Biden, because let us not forget that Joe Biden, by Ms. Reed, has been accused of rape, his own daughter's stuff. That it's so nasty, I'm not going to get into it. But if we want to get into all that stuff, okay, let's put it all out on the table.
Yep, but I would say this, too, as far as carrying the water for conservatives, like he was saying originally. I mean, it's revisionist history at this point. We could always go back and look at it. Hindsight's 20/20. But if you thought Trump was the best option and now you're having second doubts, well, I mean, you had alternatives. That's why there was a primary. That's why you could have went with DeSantis or Haley or Ramaswamy or any of those other people. But the majority of Republicans wanted Trump, and that's a decision that you'll have to, live with.
Because it's policy.
We got to go. All right.
It's policy, it's economy. That's what people care about.
Back
Look
after
at Bill Clinton.
All right, back after this.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
La 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 la. La, 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 la. Oops.
Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La, 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Ad paid for by AG Marketing Group. Attention timeshare owners. If you need to get rid of your timeshare for any reason, please listen to the following message. Getting out of a timeshare commitment is not easy, and it takes time. But we specialize in helping consumers legally get rid of their expensive timeshares forever. Can't get the vacation dates that work for you? Maybe you felt taken advantage of or forced into the timeshare? Maybe you just can't continue to shoulder those monthly payments any longer. If you need to eliminate your timeshare commitment, then you need to take down this number, 800-866-7061. We will safely and legally get rid of your timeshare payments forever, all with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Don't continue to let your timeshare be a financial burden to you and your loved ones. Call us now at 800-866-7061. The call is free. The consultation is free. Call 800-866-7061. That's 800-866-7061. Again, 800-866-7061.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. Our last new 2023 XC90 T8 is available for purchase And the savings is huge. Save $12,867 off of the suggested retail.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy on Saturday, June 29th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Company 7:01, hour 2 underway here on a Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Playlist this week, courtesy of Brian Kester, King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia. We thank you, Brian, for donating $500 to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. I was very tired last night, and I swear I got an email on my phone that we received another $1,000 donation.
We did.
Was I dreaming, or was that true?
No,
Okay.
it was true.
All right. I know we got one last night, so...
Do you have the info on who it was?
I do. It was... Jane Duffy.
Jane. Oh, Jane. I love Jane.
Thank you, Jane.
Yeah, thank you, Jane. She's great. We had, Zeoli and I had dinner... with her and her husband.
Oh, beautiful.
A couple of years ago.
Okay.
Great people, great people, great people.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you, Jane.
$1,000.
Yeah.
We are now up to $7,500.
Wow. Man.
$7,547.76.
All money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, families of the slain and fallen officers. It's a great cause. Nick's going to ride 65 miles. To be determined if we're going to, right, Nick Kale?
Yeah, you got to get to 20 grand, right?
20 grand.
20 grand's the number.
Yeah, if you have $5, $25, $1,000, thank you, Jane. Linda Kearns donated $1,000. We appreciate that. GregStockerSucks.com, GregStockerSucks.com. I'm sure a lot of people are saying that today. GregStockerSucks.com.
Yeah? So. YouTube coming after you today?
Probably.
All right.
Yeah.
There you go. Well, at least you're staying on brand.
They don't like my take about talking heads, but you know, they're like, "Aren't you a talking head?" I'm like, yeah, but I get things right.
Oh, man, wow.
I'm actually a talking head that gets things right.
Oh, I got it dead wrong, and Dawn, you had some convictions coming back, so you were semi-right, but I'll take the big L. I can handle it. I thought hung jury. I really thought there would be at least one person that says, I don't think you've proved it beyond a reasonable doubt, but that's
you kept
life.
the faith.
Yeah, I kept. Well, it wasn't even so much about just I mean, obviously, I'd like to see a not guilty and an acquittal. I just looked at it from everything that we had heard and read and seen and had been told, and I try not to get caught up in what a lot of people regurgitate, but I tried to lean on guys like Turley and some of these legal scholars, and they, and I think that's the big difference. Like when we were talking about it in the first hour, is they're laying out the rule of law, the procedural steps, and I thought Turley really nailed it when he said this judge just pretty much, they made it so unlikely that the verdict would come back not guilty. You know, this judge with all the instructions and then the 4-4-4. I mean, it was basically like, yeah, pick and choose whatever you want. As long as you find one guilty element, it'll stick. And, you know, it is remarkable the hypocrisy that you talked about in the first hour, Dawn, with labels and, we're not going to call violent offenders this, that, or the other
not
thing.
Not going to brand
right.
Convicted.
Right.
And the people first. It's people who've gone through the justice system or something. Remember that? The people, the people first language.
Yes, the more inclusive vocabulary. Give me a break. 855-839-1210. But again, as we have said, most people not paying attention to these trials, and most people will not be swayed one way or the other. But then again, even if a select small few are, whether that's now that they're going to vote for Trump because they feel like he's being persecuted, or if there's somebody out there that says, I just can't vote for a, quote, convicted felon, it might only be 1 or 2% of America, but that 1 or 2% could legitimately impact the election, especially when we get to the swing states and the 7 states that we have discussed a ton on this show. Maybe none bigger than the state of Pennsylvania. We'll continue with your calls here in a couple of minutes, but let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:05. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning on this final day of May, May 31st. We are at 56 degrees, bright sunny skies, a lovely forecast in store. We are sponsored by Styles CFO Services. In the news, we have some new details as Philadelphia police search for an armed and dangerous gunman who jumped out of a car, opened fire on a man as the victim walked along a South Philadelphia street, as the victim was just walking down the street, 2600 block of Jackson Street. 50-year-old Hamilton Weish is dead, gunned down, was walking down the street on his cell phone. And in that surveillance video, you see the victim walking, talking on his cell phone, when that suspect, who was sitting in a parked car, gets out of the vehicle, fires multiple shots, and then drives off westbound on Jackson Street in what police say appeared to be a 2004 Toyota sedan, and killing that victim. So it looked like a hit job. Was it? We don't have all the details. What was the motivation? We don't have the details, but they are searching for that armed and dangerous gunman in the city of Philadelphia. We have some police officers locally recovering. An off-duty Philadelphia police officer is recovering after he was injured during a robbery and shooting that happened early yesterday morning. This is East-West Moreland Street, about the 2100 block. And this was 26 hours ago. So it was early yesterday morning. And police say the 31-year-old victim, the officer, was standing by his vehicle, his Tesla, when an armed man walks up, says that, give me your wallet, give me your car, your car, I guess it's not car key, but your fob. And the off-duty officer complies, takes off, just turns, starts walking away after handing off his belongings. That's when police say the bad guy follows the victim and starts firing multiple shots at him. So the officer then pulls out his personal weapon and returns fire. So that officer in that whole situation suffered some injuries, including a graze wound. So he was taken to Temple University Hospital. He's recovering at home. They're searching for that armed and dangerous individual.
My gosh.
Yeah. It's a little scary.
Yeah, it is, really.
Because, we always hear they've held news conferences and they tell you, don't fight back.
Mm-hmm.
So this officer, he's a policeman. We don't know if that individual knew he was a cop because he's off duty. But in this case, you have an armed individual who doesn't want to pull out his firearm.
Right. Yep.
Just says, okay, here's my wallet, here's my keys.
Mm-hmm. Take it, go.
The guy is still going to shoot and kill him.
Terrible.
And then we have 2 Abington Township police officers recovering from multiple bites. They were bitten. This is not by a dog or an animal. This is Abington Township police officers attempting to arrest a group of female accused shoplifters who have bags of goods. This is Dick's Sporting Goods. It's on Moreland Road. I believe this is over by the Willow Grove Mall. And,
it is. Yeah, it's in
right?
the same parking lot.
No, I've been to that
same
Dick's.
vicinity there.
Okay.
Have you been to that Dick's?
I have.
Nice.
Yeah.
And so the police officers were making the arrest, and this one 18-year-old suspect identified as Sonny Reed.
There's a lot of nuts on the street there, by the way.
This individual was started biting the officers, according to the police report. So the officers were covered. They had to be treated for those serious bite wounds, and the 18-year-old has even more severe charges. I don't know if these are felony charges, but I believe so. Aggravated assault, harassment, retail theft, 54 different items that the one person was accused of stealing nearly $2,000 worth of items. So we have that one going on.
I got to tell you, if I was the cop and I was on the receiving end of the bite, I'm not sure how I would handle that. Might be a forearm or an elbow or a...
Oh, no. All has to be by the book, has to be on camera.
Uh-huh. Animals. You said this was not an animal bite. No, this
not
individual,
an animal bite.
This individual is an animal. Only animals bite other human beings. It's disgusting.
18 years old.
Yeah.
So
it's all the way you're raised.
Mm-hmm. All because
Amen.
you want to steal a bunch of apparel. Okay.
Can you imagine? And as a female, too.
I know. Wasn't Meatball, was it?
Stop.
No, we're not accusing her of anything.
No. We had down the shore that news conference that nobody watched. It was kind of buried. We talked about it in the morning because, remember, it was a 4 p.m. news conference that they were advertising. Think about what happened in the 4 p.m. hour with all the Trump news breaking and all eyes in the nation and around the world looking at that. But these officials in Ocean City, New Jersey, detailing some of the public safety improvements that they want, and as well pushing Governor Phil Murphy and his administration to change the laws and uncuff police officers so they can deal with the chaos and the unruly teenagers, underage kids who are on the boardwalk and causing chaos. And they did have, remember, a 15-year-old who was shot on the boardwalk. So we have that one going on. Still no reaction that I can find from the Murphy administration yesterday. And then, of course, another story that is making big news down the shore, and that is that this woman who went viral has now apologized for going up and harassing and bullying the Kelseys. That would be mostly Kylie Kelsey. She wanted their autograph. She was liquored up, and she has issued a full apology saying she is so sorry for doing what she did and bullying them and cursing at them and all of that.
I've got an idea. Why don't we take the lady that yelled at the Kelseys and the lady that bit the officer at Dick's and let them just duel it out in a steel cage? Only one can survive.
Restorative justice.
That's correct. Survival of the fittest. Let the streets clean up the streets. Sick of it.
Oh, my goodness. So we do have, and we also have Donald Trump, of course, the guilty verdicts. What does it mean? The Trump team saying that they have already written up their appeals. Everything is on the table. We know that Donald J. Trump he's back on the campaign trail today. And his first quote as he came out of the courtroom yesterday, of course, was that the only vote that matters is your vote. I'm paraphrasing, but your vote next November, that's the real vote, the real verdict, as he was talking about it. But he's back on the campaign trail this morning after historic fundraising that happened. They actually broke down the main site.
He's going to hold a press conference today at 11 o'clock.
Yep.
All right.
Scheduled to speak at 11.
So we're sponsored by CFO Services, offering a full suite of accounting and financial services to help transform your company, big or small. Visit stylescfo.com for your free 21-point assessment. Every organization needs a financial leader. Let Styles CFO Services be yours. 77 degrees today, a beautiful forecast for you today and for the weekend. We're in the mid-80s, and what beautiful baseball weather as our Phils return home for a nice stretch of weather and hopefully a nice stretch of baseball. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 7:13. Let's get to some of these calls. 855-839-1210. Steve is in Blackwood. Steve, good morning. How are you?
Hey, how's it going?
We're doing well.
I just wanted to reach out. I mean, the unfairness that has happened to President Trump in New York. I mean, I took off from work I volunteer to drive the disabled or elderly to the polls. But for the person that I would say, I guess you would call it sensationalism, like maybe in that 18 to 19 range that never got involved in politics, does this add like a cool factor or, hey, I'm against the man type factor where it may get an untapped voter market out?
It's a very interesting question. My initial reaction looking at your question on my call screener for the last 15, 20 minutes is I don't know that this moves the needle for many people either way. I think a select few might now all of a sudden get into politics as far as having their voice heard and voting for Trump. Maybe a select few will now vote against Trump because all they see is convicted felon. But I think we're talking about just a few pieces here and there. I think largely this really only resonates with those that are largely invested or already had their mind made up, maybe even for the last 2 or 3 years as they anticipated this rematch coming to fruition.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for your time and keep doing the great job you're doing.
All right, Steve, we got you. Appreciate the call, brother. Let me squeeze Rita in here real quick. Rita in Marlton. Good morning, Rita. How are you?
Oh, I'm good, Nick. Hi, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Love you guys.
Hey, Rita.
Hi, Rita.
I just wanted to say that I believe we're in a spiritual war. I believe we need more prayer for the country and Donald Trump. And in the end, he will come out okay. But in the meantime, we all need to pray. It's a very, very scary time.
Well, that's a beautiful statement, Rita, and I hope you continue to say your prayers. I will certainly do the same. Hopefully, it's to me, if I can take off the talk show hat and be a fan, so to speak, I just hope there are people that start to see what a lot of us have been saying with the persecution and the, you can sit there and relitigate 2020. To me, this case was far more obvious than any other type of rig job or fix this or, sham this. This, to me, from top to bottom, and I tried to view it from, an entry level of, look, I only went to law school for 3 months, but I got a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I know the way the criminal justice system works with the courts specifically, much less police and corrections and things like that. And everything about this case, to me, just screamed total sham. And I would like to even, and I haven't, and thankfully she didn't text me last night because she knew I'd probably go off the handle on her. My mother-in-law didn't text me, but I know I'm going to have a conversation with her about it. I'm going to be like, Judy, do you understand what I'm talking about now? Do you understand what 74 million people are saying now when we look at this specific case? I don't know what her answer will be. Maybe I'll have that conversation this weekend. But this, to me, more than anything, just showed you what people have been saying for 8 years, Rita, is the moment that he came down the escalator. Like the establishment, the swamp life, they all lost their mind. Brains have been broken. And after, 4 years and now another 4 years since he's been gone, it's just this hell-bent obsession to rid the system of an outsider. And I think people should be able to see through it. But I know people are so blinded by their hatred for this guy that, I have my doubts and I have my reservations. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet coming up in about 30 minutes. Sean Farish at 8:30 will continue with your calls at 855-839-1210. And when it comes to Donald Trump and sentencing on July 11th, what does that entail? We got the details, and we will share them with you coming up next here on Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you planning your getaway? Maybe that summer road trip you've been thinking about taking? And what about that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing on the road? Well, you can turn to my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles. They're going to help you because Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available right now from brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, and so much more. Just visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. You can stop by one of their many dealerships across Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey. PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. If you drive a car, you want it to last a long time and not cost you lots of money in the long run. You need to get your car serviced at United Tire and Service. I get my car serviced at one of their 10 locations throughout the Delaware Valley. You should too. Right now, get an oil change on any make or model, and they'll do a free summer trip check so you're ready to hit the road. 20-point safety check, brakes, belts, important fluid levels, lights, even the spare tire. To find the location nearest you, go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. It's time to stop horsing around and make a sure bet by buying your next vehicle during the Colonial Hyundai Triple Crown Sales Event. Take your pick and win 3 ways at Colonial. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock, $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed 0% financing on a brand new Hyundai for up to 60 months. The remodeling of our dealership is coming down the home stretch, and we have a huge selection of Elanchas, Santa Fe's, Konas, Ioniqs, and more, all marked down and available for immediate delivery. We're the top jockeys when it comes to making sure you ride off the lot with the best financing and the most car for your money. Hyundai Assurance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. It's the ultimate trifecta, only at Colonial Hyundai. Up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock, $6,500 for your trade, 0% financing for 60 months. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% offer valid on select Ioniq 5 vehicles. Up to 20% off dealer listed price. Includes all rebates and incentives. Offer cannot be combined with other offers. Offer ends 6/3. See dealer for more details.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? Then you need to give Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash counters, yes, you can get the kitchen you want now. Right now, they're offering 40% off installation of your remodel until May 31st. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today at kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com.
Hi, everyone. Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy 2, get 2 free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing, though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Historic trial of a former president of the United States by his partisan adversaries. Whatever you think of the results, it's inconceivable in New York that anyone else other than Donald Trump would ever been indicted in this way by Alvin Bragg, the elected progressive Democratic district attorney who campaigned on the fact that he would go after Donald Trump, that he had a history of going after Donald Trump. This is a very political exercise, and you have to say that it accomplished what it set out to accomplish. What they wanted was to have a situation where they could call Donald Trump a convicted felon in the run-up to the election. We have an elected Democrat who got that accomplished. He got a very friendly judge who ruled his way on every important thing and turned the jury instructions into a roadmap to conviction. So now I assume, with the mission having been accomplished, we'll have more procedural regularity, Shannon. As you just said, there'll be a pre-sentence investigation. There should be a sentencing scheduled, and we'll go from there. But this case will be appealed, and I hope that there'll be more fairness and equity in the appeal than there was in the trial.
That was Andy McCarthy, former federal prosecutor, commentator, legal analyst for Fox News yesterday. Interesting, he used the word equity. It's a word we always hear from the left, from Kamala Harris, from Joe Biden, from the binder. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Very interesting that that word was used there. Jonathan Turley also saying this yesterday. I obviously disagree with this verdict, as do many others. I believe that the case will be reversed eventually, either in the state or federal systems. However, this was the worst expectation for a trial in Manhattan. I am saddened by the result more for the New York legal system than the former president. I had hoped that the jurors might redeem the integrity of a system that has been used for political purposes. 855-839-1210 if you would like to jump in. Cut sheet coming up in just about 17 minutes. So here we are now. And as we move forward, Donald Trump will have sentencing coming up on July 11th. That'll be 4 days before the RNC convention on July 15th. The Republican National Committee did not respond to a request for comment, but RNC Chairman Michael Whatley called the verdict politically motivated in a statement saying, quote, "Today's verdict handed down by a partisan and biased judge is an indictment on the Democrats' campaign to weaponize the judicial system to attack President Trump. The real verdict will take place on November 5th when Americans vote for a president they trust to bring down prices, secure the southern border, restore America's leadership around the world, and make America great again." Now, in regards to the way that this, pre-sentencing process will play out, prosecutors will have the option of requesting that presiding judge Juan Merchan increase Trump's bail to guarantee his return for the sentencing hearing. This could also include a request for remand, which would place Trump in jail until his sentencing hearing. But legal experts have told Fox that it's unlikely for a 77-year-old man who has never been convicted of a crime to be sent to jail. Prior to his sentencing, Trump will meet with a probation officer for an interview to create a pre-sentencing report for the judge. The report, which could take 6 to 8 weeks to complete, will include a short biography of Trump and a recommended sentence. It will be sent to all parties involved in the case, and the defense will have an opportunity to suggest its own sentencing terms, and the judge is not bound by the sentencing report and may hand down a sentence that he deems appropriate, which is kind of a crazy and scary thought considering the way this judge is completely biased and not remotely neutral at all, the way a judge should be. So now we move forward, and I think for me, what I'm looking at is the campaign trail. What I'm looking at is the messaging. And yeah, we'll pay attention to certain polls for sure. What they mean, it's a whole bunch of nothing. We've learned that they're nothing more than fodder and talking points and snapshots in time. Do I expect some of the polls to change a little bit? Yes. Could I see Trump's number in New York go up a little bit? Will Virginia become, quote, a toss-up? Not sure that it is. I think I saw something yesterday or 2 days ago that said Joe and Trump were tied 42% in Virginia. Then you'll start to wonder, well, what about Minnesota? And then obviously, and most importantly, these swing states. But I do want to go back and revisit one thing that we heard from Todd Blanche in that clip we played for you about an hour ago when it comes to jury selection. And I don't know that Todd Blanche could have done anything differently. I don't know that, Trump could have done more, could have done less as far as his input as to what jurors he thinks were going to give him the best shot. This is a uneven playing field. It's Manhattan, short. The only place, and if you guys think I'm off on this, let me know. The only place that I think could be even more biased than New York is Washington, D.C. That's probably it. And I'm referring to, the J6 case, which will be heard in Washington, D.C. But short of that, you can't find a more pro-prosecution, anti-Trump jury pool than Manhattan, New York. So this was such an uphill battle to begin with. Burden of proof be damned, evidence be damned, tainted witnesses, star witnesses with credibility issues, whether you're talking Michael Cohen, Stormy Daniels. But, there's a lot of people today that I have seen, especially on social media, and you look up like random, you see things in your timeline that from people you don't follow. I saw one that says, well, I guess I'm MAGA now, and I looked at the person's profile. It's all RFK Jr. propaganda. So you're starting to wonder, and I know yesterday, for a while, the donation website for Trump's official donation crashed.
That's what I was talking about. Yeah. Crashed.
So we talked about April and how much money Trump was able to raise compared to Joe Biden. Do you think this is a galvanizing moment for people that open up their wallets to donate to Trump? I get the feeling that is. Now, I don't know that we're going to see a major swing in people that will actually vote. I think most people have already made their minds up. But financially, donation-wise, I think there's going to be a lot of people that start making donations to Trump that are just, sitting back and saying, boy, something doesn't smell right here. All right, here's $25. By the way, full disclosure, I've never donated to a politician in my life. Probably never will, but that's just me.
Yeah, that was, the first thing I said at 6 a.m. when we came out, I was trying to say something positive, was that I think Trump, I think Trump galvanized Republicans. He brought the party together. See, you got what you wanted, but he did. And yesterday, even RFK Jr. went on Fox News and was talking about how this could backfire. But you saw Republicans, Tulsi was on as well last night. Everybody was coming on these different shows and saying, this is wrong. This is not justice.
Yeah. Because I think a lot of people don't want to live in a nation where we operate this way. This is not what the United States is about. This is not what this country has done. This is what, quote, third world banana republics do. You're talking about Tulsi Gabbard. I've got her tweet right here. Tulsi tweeted, Biden, guilty of abuse of power. Biden, guilty of turning our country into a banana republic where those in power use the law to go after their political opponents. Biden guilty of undermining our Constitution and the freedoms guaranteed therein. Biden has proved he is unfit for the office of the presidency. And it'll be interesting, too. I've got a couple of quotes here from some people within the Biden administration and some spokespeople. But it'll be interesting to see what Joe says, what Kamala's going to say, what the binder will say when she takes to the podium roughly 1:32 o'clock today. The Biden campaign, quote, "No one is above the law. Donald Trump has always mistakenly believed he would never face consequences for breaking the law for his own personal gain." That is Biden campaign spokesperson Michael Tyler, who said that in a statement, quote, "The threat Trump poses to our democracy has never been greater." I take such an issue with that last statement right there. The threat that Trump poses to our democracy has never been greater. And I understand who's saying this, and I know what team he's on. But Donald Trump, I mean, if you can really forget what you think about Trump on a multitude of fronts, if you actually believe Donald Trump is the greater threat to democracy, not Joe Biden, then you probably are either really, really stupid or you haven't been living in the United States of America or had access to cable news or social media or the news cycle for the last 3.5 years. I mean, if you just think about everything that we have had happen in this country since 2020, you would say that the Constitution has been ripped to shreds. We've had free speech violations. First Amendment rights have been sniffed out. Due process, prosecuting your top political rival, deplatforming people. When we talk about threats to democracy and what the vision of this nation was for the founding fathers, and when they drafted that great document, and we've got, I'm sure, many constitutional conservatives in this audience, like there's one document that this nation basically runs on. It's the Constitution, and we've seen the First Amendment, the Fourth, the Fifth, the Sixth, search and seizure. You go on down the list. You can read the Constitution during the break and sit here and say, has this one been meddled with? Has this been flagrantly violated? Has this one been downright disregarded in the last 4 years? You can have a field day with that. So anybody at this point in time that argues Trump is the greater threat to democracy, I'm not sure where exactly your mind or your head is. I certainly know where your heart is, and your heart is you probably hate Donald Trump and you just want him gone, even if it means the violation of many people's rights in the Constitution. 855-839-1210, the number. Cut sheet coming up in just about 9 minutes. All right, so let's make a prediction here moving forward. We love predictions. Well, I love predictions. I think Dawn hates them, but we're going to make Dawn make a prediction here as well. Stalker, your predictions tend to be right a lot of the time.
Thank you very much.
So
thank you for acknowledging that.
You're included and involved as well.
Good.
I said this, and I'm going to call out my own comment and rip myself. I'm like Greg Stalker. I'm going to have a meeting with myself after the show today. So I said that there would be a momentum aspect to the verdict. If Trump was found not guilty or if there was a hung jury, this would trickle into the 3 other cases. So now that we have seen a guilty verdict, and yes, we have the appeals process, and I do think at some point, once this gets out of Judge Juan Merchan's courtroom and goes to somebody that can be an arbiter and view this fairly, I do think this will be overturned. I don't know how long it'll take. Some experts are saying it could take over a year, which is really remarkable. Do you think there will be an impact when, and again, we don't know. We don't know when Mar-a-Lago will take place. We don't know when J6 will take place. We don't know when the Fani Willis, Georgia election interference case will take place. But do you think there will be some residual effect that carries over from Alvin Bragg's case to the other cases as far as possibility of which, and let's be honest, what happened in the Alvin Bragg trial should have no bearing on the other cases. But then again, we are living in crazy times. Do you think that will impact the other cases moving forward? I'm going to say yes, it will.
Well, we're under the assumption that these other cases will go forward. You know what I mean? Like
eventually, but we don't know when. They're all technically on hold, as to my latest knowledge, correct? I think so. And by the when I say like, will they have an impact? I'm talking specifically, and let me just clarify, with juries. Because I think you might have somebody in the Georgia case or the Washington, D.C. case or the Florida case that'll say...
I don't think these are going to trial, Nick, before November 5th. No.
Okay.
I don't.
Well, even after November 5th. I mean, there's no way these cases just disappear permanently.
Oh, I think they will.
You do?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
See, I think the disdain for him is so bad that even if Biden wins the election and these don't go to trial before the election, that these people, they want blood in the legal system. Let me clarify that. That's how deep the hatred runs for that guy. And they would love to just be able to keep stacking up guilty verdicts. That's all they care about. They want to label him a convicted felon.
Well, if we're under the assumption that this will go to, these other two will go to trial, then I believe that this case, this hush money case, was the easiest case to beat. So yes, I think this is a very bad, like, if he got, the 34 convictions on this, then yeah, those other two are.
But I think there's two things to split here. Yeah. I thought this was the easiest one to beat based on the evidence, based on the fact that we're taking a misdemeanor, elevating it to a felony. There was a lot of legal gymnastics to get this thing into a courtroom, but also keep in mind, even though that's all ridiculous, the venue mattered. And
by the way,
it could have been the easiest case of all time, but you're in New York City.
I'm going to play this coming up in 5 minutes at the cut sheet, but Alan Dershowitz blames Trump's lawyers.
Dershowitz said that?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Now you've got my interest piqued a little bit. All
But
right.
in the Florida case, remember, it's postponed indefinitely. Remember that?
Yeah.
That just happened this month.
Yeah.
So we're
these are.
We're under the assumption of just the Jack Smith and the Georgia case.
Yeah, I just think in the other three, I don't.
Well, it's because Eileen Cannon actually has a brain and can look at things and say, unlike Eileen Cannon's the complete opposite of Judge Juan Merchan.
Yeah, and in that one, talk about the lawyers matter, like Dersh is saying. I mean, in that one, Eileen Cannon, because Jack Smith's team actually broke some protocols, and she just said, no, you've got to jump through the hoops. So Jack Smith, you remember, he's the one who even went to the Supreme Court and basically was saying, you got to hurry this up. And they're like, no, we have a process.
Right.
Like Iverson, or whatever, trust the process.
Uh-huh.
But, so I think the ones in D.C., Florida, and Georgia, two of which are Jack Smith, I don't think those come before November 5th. And I truly believe that as far as this case, yesterday, the appeal is going to happen. They're going to do multiple appeals. They're going to go to SCOTUS. They're going to get it right to the Supreme Court. I think that the Supreme Court will overturn this and say that, yes, either they're going to quickly overturn it or they're going to take it, which tables it.
Right.
And then eventually I do think that because you have to tell somebody that you charge what they're charged with. It's the most basic thing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So even though this is an historic trial, I can tell you just from covering local crimes, state crimes, federal crimes in my news career, you have to tell somebody what exactly you charge them with. It's a really basic thing. They actually did not do that here.
I know.
Boom.
Staggering.
So you broke that's the Constitution. Yeah. So I think on multiple levels, I think it'll be overturned by SCOTUS.
All right. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Coming up next, what's on the cut sheet? And then about 45 minutes from now, our buddy Sean Farish will join us for the final 90 minutes of the show as we continue live here on this Friday morning. But let me first talk to you about my friends with families behind the badge. We all know how much I appreciate, respect, and love first responders, and we need your help. Join me once again in supporting the Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's coming up on Sunday, July 21st, and you have a lot of options here. You can ride 65 miles from Philly to AC, or you can ride 30 miles from Hamilton to Atlantic City. And there's a family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel after the ride. You can even register to ride with me in Team 1210. Thank you as well to our buddy Dave Gelman for sponsoring Team 1210. And I'm returning as the captain of the team, and I would love for you to join, whether you are riding or just donating to support the cause. Visit ben2shore.org, and when you sign up with the code NICK1210, they'll knock $25 off your registration fee. That's Ben, the number 2, shore.org, promo code NICK1210. Let's show everybody how WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. Bend to Shore, organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, where they provide financial relief for the families of the fallen and injured first responders and support the Police Youth Alliance, which fosters a positive relationship between police and the youth.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. Our last new 2023 XC90 T8 is available for purchase, and the savings is huge. Save $12,867 off of the suggested retail.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head and just over $30,000. That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask like 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. Optima Tax Relief. They're the best in the business.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Have you questioned your doctor about symptoms like low energy, digestive issues, brain fog, joint pain, just not feeling right, just something is off, and you're only left settling for unanswered questions, or worse, being told it's just because you're getting older? You don't have to settle for unanswered questions any longer. With Younger Me MD's exclusive VIP membership program, aging doesn't have to make you feel older. Their proven 3-step process and functional medicine approach helps you discover the underlying causes of your issues. As a member, you get access to high-level personalized treatment plans, as well as discounts on treatments and supplements. If you're ready to live the life you deserve, it's time to learn about Younger Me MD's VIP membership program. Call 445-266-4024. 445-266-4024. That's 445-266-4024. And schedule your consultation with Younger Me MD.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
So many financial firms claim to be fiduciaries, but do any of them provide legally binding documentation to put your best interests first? Crash Proof Retirement is the only firm in the nation that records all financial meetings, making your meeting legally binding.
Lou Marinucci, Langhorne, Pennsylvania. When the market goes down and then Wall Street still makes money, they're looking out for themselves more than they're looking out for you as the client. It's not a fiduciary responsibility. I don't have that problem here with Crash Proof Retirement. Crash Proof Retirement can assure their customers that they will come out on the positive side because by recording their meetings, it makes them legally bound to do exactly what they say. And that's what a fiduciary is supposed to do.
guarantee legally binding transparency for your retirement future. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 11th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
They say money doesn't grow on trees, but at First Harvest Credit Union, we can help you grow your financial future with our growth savings account. You can earn as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to get details and open a growth savings account and watch your money grow. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
At Infinity of Westchester, we believe in transparency, fairness, and above all, serving our customers with care. Whether you're looking for a brand new Infinity or a reliable pre-owned vehicle, we have something for everyone. This month, save up to $15,000 on select Infinity models. And that's not all. Every new Infinity purchase comes with 3 years free maintenance. So don't wait. Visit us in-store or online today at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill, and Mike Barkley. He brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it. His brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic High School on June 29th and the Ocean City Music Pier on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
When the road gets dark and you can no longer see, let my love throw a spark.
7:50. Welcome back in. Happy Friday, everybody. It's Kayal and Company as we get you set for another weekend. Going to be beautiful. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Our buddy Sean Farish coming up at 8:30. Brian Kester with our musical playlist as he wraps up his week of handling the ones and twos. Yeah. Brian Kester, courtesy of King Shooter Supply and King of Prussia, donating $500 to families behind the badge. Is he going to get Monday? Have we decided?
No, he's
done.
Yeah, we had a nice, respectful email exchange, and he acquiesced. He says, give somebody else next week. And we do have somebody else for next week.
That's right.
I'm just waiting on their playlist.
Yes.
So if you're listening and you donated to the Travis Manion Foundation, there's an email right now in your email box saying, send me your playlist.
Yes.
Please do that.
By the way, the great Linda Kearns, who donated $1,000, sent me a tweet yesterday saying, if you guys want to get to 20,000 real quick, just have Nick and Greg sing Elvis on the air until the donations come in, and do it nonstop until people hit the 20K mark. That'll either kill our audience or get us to 20K real quickly.
Honka, honka, burn.
Yeah, not sure it will go over really well.
No,
not much of a singer, more of a talker. All right, 7:52. Let's get to what's on the cut sheet.
So late.
What's on the cut sheet?
Forgive us, the clock completely thrown off today, but
yeah,
it's just one of those days.
Yeah.
What's on the cut sheet on this Friday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. They strive to do what's right. They work hard to match you with a perfect Volvo and always go the extra mile for their customers. Judith, Yosef, and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Okay, I teased this about 10 minutes ago. This is cut 12, Phil. Alan Dershowitz was on Newsmax last night with the Greta Van Susteren show.
Greta Van Susteren. Remember?
I can't believe she's still around. She's been doing this for a long time.
Newsmax, we're all has-been anchors go to die. I'm sorry, did I say that out loud? Burning bridges everywhere I go. It's amazing.
Does that apply to News Nation as well? Well, they've got a lot of people that have bounced around.
Did Trump's lawyers do a good job? I want to ask both of you this question, because then we'll hear from Todd Blanche, who made the rounds on cable news last night. First, we'll hear from the Dersh, who said this. Cut 12, Philip, go.
I predicted it, of course, in my book, Get Trump, and now I'm going to predict that the first thing Trump does is fire his lawyers, which he should have done before the trial rather than after the trial. His lawyers did not do a good job. And what worries me as an appellate lawyer is that they didn't do a good job preserving the record for appeal. They focused exclusively on the trial, which is what many trial lawyers erroneously do.
Oh, no.
No, that's
it. Okay. Well, look.
And the Dersh was in the courtroom, which is significant.
Okay. Yeah. So does Dershowitz still practice law at all anymore?
I'm sure at that level, he's probably, he probably does enough hours just to keep up his, whatever.
Yeah. So, I mean, okay, Dershowitz says the lawyers did not do a good job. Yep. I mean, he knows far more than I do. And I've said this before, and I've heard this from a few attorneys off the record, that Alana Habba is terrible, although Todd Blanche, according to people I've chatted with in text messages, is a very good attorney. But here's the thing. You can shred the credibility of Michael Cohen. You can point out the lies and the flipping of the stories of Stormy Daniels all you want. If you have a jury that either has their head in the sand, has already made up their opinion before any evidence and cross-examination and defense, presentations have been made, you can only do so much. But then there's also this, and I think this needs to be said. You can argue easily, I think, that Trump's selection of attorneys in the past hasn't necessarily been a bright spot for him. And if Trump was involved with jury selection and maybe overriding or overruling Todd Blanche, because Trump is very opinionated and has a lot of conviction in his gut instincts and things like that, then, that's not on Todd Blanche either. I didn't see enough to say that Todd Blanche is a bad lawyer, but I saw enough from the prosecution in my belief that they didn't do enough to prove the case. But then, you know what? Ultimately, it doesn't matter what any of us think. The only thing that matters are those 12 jurors and the dopey judge that basically led them down to a guilty path.
Is Dershowitz saying because they should have called certain other witnesses?
I believe so, yeah.
What other witnesses? I mean, was there? Who am I missing here?
Well, the former FEC commissioner, and we know that there was this whole back and forth as to whether or not, who they should put on the stand, right?
Yep.
And so in that one, as far as the FEC commissioner, Brad Smith, right, that they were going to call Brad Smith to testify.
But didn't Mershon reject that, right?
He didn't reject it.
Okay.
What he did was he said that the FEC commissioner could talk about the background, could explain certain things, but they really wanted him to explain these charges and talk about it. The judge was greatly limiting, muzzling, if you will, but limiting that testimony.
Yeah.
There were many at the time who said, it doesn't matter, let Brad Smith go. This is so confusing. Have him testify, ask important questions, because you'll get enough out there that they can get a greater grasp of what it means to, meddle with the election law.
Yeah.
And so I think that might be, I have to look back, one of the days that Dershowitz was right there in the court.
Okay.
Todd Blanche, as I said, Trump's attorney, was on. He did all the rounds yesterday on all the cable news shows. This one is from CNN on Caitlin Collins' show, where, it's interesting to me now that I think that he is doing a little bit of damage control himself, because Jesse Waters asked him about the picking of the jurors, which he said Trump had a hand in,
right,
which we'll get to in a second. We played that earlier. And he also said that Trump was, both him and Trump were in charge of the defense strategy. So he is tying Trump to this to some degree, which I think is interesting.
Yep.
This is cut 9. Phil, go.
A lot of former Trump attorneys, what it's like to be a Trump attorney. How has it been for the last 7 weeks?
Listen, I hear former Trump attorneys talk on TV all the time as well. I have found the last 7 weeks to be I don't want to use cliches, but it's been everything that I would expect and want out of a client, out of someone who has really putting their life in your hands. It's been challenging. It's been rewarding. President Trump is there's a persona that people have about him that is completely wrong. There's a persona that people have that is right in some ways too. It was the hardest in many people's lives. The hardest thing you do is go through a criminal trial, and he was. I was impressed, especially today, at the way that he carried himself and handled himself.
Well, there were moments, and I was in the court multiple times, where you would see you and Trump were often sitting next to each other, or the other attorneys, Emil Beauvais and Susan Nicholas. But Trump would, hit you on the arm, tap you on the arm, urge you to either object, or clearly was writing you notes and saying stuff. I mean, who ultimately was in charge of the defense strategy here? Was it you, or was it Donald Trump?
It was both of us. If there's a lawyer that comes in and says that they're in charge of their defense strategy, they're not doing a service to their client. Every decision that we made as a team, and not just President Trump and myself, but the whole team. And so, and again, every defendant, everybody who has their life on the line in history will tap their lawyer every once in a while and say, hey, what about this? What about that? We not only did we get along during the trial, but we were on the same page about strategy and about what we should be doing and not doing. And it was, the one thing that I left with today is he impressed, hopefully, everybody that got to see what happened today, the way that he handled himself in the courtroom, hearing that, 34 counts of guilty, the way that he handled himself really throughout the entire trial as somebody who is the Republican nominee, not campaigning, sitting in court all day. And I was right there with him the whole time, and I have no complaints about it.
But it did.
All right, so I think there's a little bit of a straddling of the fence there from Todd Blanche. I think it really depends when you are, I believe, a client and you have retained legal counseling. I think it depends on what your personality is as to how much you let the lawyer do what the lawyer is being paid to do. I think if you're a type A, if you're an alpha, if you're aggressive like Trump is, you're far more involved. Now, tapping your lawyer and saying, hey, what about this, or jotting down a note is common. It seemed like Caitlin Clark was there trying to imply that Trump was strong-arming Todd Blanche a little bit, and maybe he was behind closed doors. It kind of reminds me of the OJ case, where OJ was kind of quarterbacking and telling Shapiro and Cochran what needs to be done.
Was he, though?
Who?
OJ?
Yeah, in a lot of the documentaries, they talk about it when they have the meetings in the prisons where he's like, why didn't we cross-examine this person, and why didn't you go? And he was blowing a gasket. How much of that is television? How much of that is real life? I'm not sure. But I have to imagine that Trump is probably a little bit difficult to deal with in that setting.
You know what? OJ might have been too, Nick, but the Cochran, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. Yeah. Was brilliant. And it shows you sometimes in these 5 weeks of all this back and forth. And I just think the truth is that you need a lawyer who's going to think of something like that, which was a gimmick. Mm-hmm. But if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. I think that's what stuck with those O.J. Simpson jurors. I think that they needed that kind of simplicity. I even looking at it, when you think about the whole case and you think about the fact that what they're alleging is, and I was asking myself, well, what if they had regular voters, Trump voters, to the stand? Put 60, put whatever it was, 74 million, whatever, and put them and call some people to the stand and say, if you thought that Trump slept with or had relations with a porn star, a pole dancer, would it have changed your vote? No, it would not have changed my vote. Let's take a poll on the pole dancer, and would it have changed my vote personally? No. Mm-hmm. If he had diddled with Nancy O'Dell the Access Hollywood thing, which he didn't, I know Nancy, took her out to lunch, by the way, treated her like a lady. But if he had relations with Nancy O'Dell or a pole dancer or whoever, would it have changed my vote? Nope, would not have. And so maybe they should have gone there. Maybe they should have thought of something so simple to say their whole premise is, oh, well, he had to hide this fact because, these people would have said, oh, heavens, oh, my heavens, he had relations with Stormy? Well, I'm not going to vote for him. No, I think they would have still voted for him. So how is that election interference. It's not.
I think it's very difficult to put yourself in Trump's shoes, because until you're sitting there as a defendant and your livelihood and freedom is on the line, it's difficult to say, well, just let the lawyer do what you're paying him to do and don't meddle, don't get involved. I think you do want to take some steps, because I would probably handle it, to be completely honest. I'd probably handle it the same way Trump did, because I'm very hands-on, and when my fate is in somebody else's hands, it's hard for me to kind of sit back and let people do what they're supposed to do. So I don't criticize Trump for that, but I also don't criticize Blanche. I just think, considering the venue, you could have argued, okay, put this person on the stand, put that person on the stand. I think a lot of these people had their minds made up from the jump.
Agreed.
And you could have brought Johnny Cochran from the grave back. I don't know that it would have mattered.
Perhaps, but I mean, I have been in court with defendants. I have family members who are convicted felons. And I think that at the end of the day, I saw that look, Greg. At the end of the day, you hire that lawyer, you pay that lawyer to do the job. If you hire a doctor, if you hire a surgeon for a procedure, sure, you can have a discussion, but it's their job. That's what they're supposed to do. You're paying them for that. And if they lose and they choose to question somebody, the questions that they go with or what have you, you're paying them for their expertise. You're paying them to win. And so the fact that, I'm sorry, Mr. Blanche, but you lost.
Yep.
You lost, and you weren't brilliant in the courtroom.
Yep.
And you got spanked by the judge. Was it a biased judge? Yep, it was. Was the fix in? Sure. But at the end of the day, yeah, it was a big loss for Blanche. He lost that case.
He did.
He wasn't a brilliant attorney. He didn't foresee what was going on, and he did not read the judge very well either.
The problem too is that everybody got all up in their feelings when Blanche nailed Michael Cohen to the wall, as he should have, because Michael Cohen is a known liar and perjurer. Do I have to say, in my opinion, has he been convicted of perjury, Dawn? In my opinion, whatever.
No,
I'm just protecting myself. Anyway,
he's an established liar. I mean, in the courts.
That's not the point.
Cohen.
The point is that everybody's like, well, because again, going back to media and cable news telling you, well, this is over because Blanche nailed Michael Cohen to the wall. If you look back, just reading the tea leaves, and I know we weren't supposed to do that, but reading the tea leaves of those questions the jurors asked, it had nothing to do with Michael Cohen. It had to do with David Pecker and his conversations with Trump. As soon as I saw that, I was just like, yeah, this is going exactly the way I predicted it was going.
Now more than ever, I want to see these trials televised. There's just so much more I want to just consume.
Agreed. And Dawn, I think Dawn brilliantly made a point the other day where she was like, it was like if you listen to Andy McCarthy and these guys on one side who are in the courtroom, they're saying one thing, and then Lawrence O'Donnell on MSNBC was also in the courtroom. He was saying the complete opposite. So that's what I'm saying is that it's like you can't really take anything from people who are sitting there saying like, well, this is going one way or another. Neither of them knew. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You don't know what's going through the mind of the jury.
So his sentencing is July 11th.
July 11th. Yep. 4 days before.
What will the sentence be? Is that what we're going to call it? A sentence?
Sentencing. Yeah.
Will he get jail time? Todd Blanche was asked about that with Caitlin Collins yesterday. This is what he said. Cut 15, Phil, go.
District Attorney Bragg tonight did not directly say whether or not they are going to seek jail time for Donald Trump. Do you expect that he will?
I have no idea. Look, there's a system in place that where you rely on precedent, and somebody like President Trump should never face a jail sentence based on this conduct. And it would just kind of confirm what we've been saying all along, and a lot of people say that we're wrong and that we're missing we're missing key pieces. But if other 77-year-old first-time offenders would never be sent to prison for this conduct.
Judge Merchan will make that decision.
Correct. That's right.
Do you think the judge was fair throughout this case?
I think that there were times when we very much disagreed with the decisions Judge Merchan made. I think there were times when we certainly appreciated that he was making decisions, but weighing both sides and making decisions based upon that. But at the end of the day, there were key decisions made before the trial started and during the trial that I don't want to use a fair or unfair, but that we think were not consistent with the law.
But you can't say if he was fair or not?
Well,
he ruled in your favor sometimes. He ruled against you sometimes.
Yeah, but no, I think just saying whether it was fair or unfair is not really the question. The question is whether decisions that he made before the trial, in advance of the trial, with the omnibus motions, with the motions in limine, and then during the trial, were they right under the law? Was he right doing that? And that's where I think we have disagreements. We think there were a lot that were not.
She's an insufferable human being, is she not? I mean that with all due respect to the Collins. My God, is she just
With all due respect, you're awful.
With all due respect, you're just nauseating to listen to.
Well, he needs to come back, though. He needs to be a little stronger and just say, Caitlin, I answered your question. Yeah. I feel he was inconsistent. You can be the judge of whether or not you think somebody who is inconsistent and doesn't go with what the law usually says, that's for you to decide. I'm simply saying inconsistent. But the answer is that I'm not a lawyer, but I believe that if they appeal this and then it's taken up, then there's not a sentencing because the appeals process goes first.
Right. Correct.
So I think his answer was, I don't even know why he's answering that, because I think he should say, we're planning the appeals process right now, and the sentencing then will be put on the back burner because I feel that upon appeal, this will be fully overturned, Caitlin.
Yes.
That's the answer.
Yeah. Fox has the legal breakdown that says prosecutors will have the option of requesting that presiding Judge Juan Merchan increase Trump's bail to guarantee his return for the sentencing hearing. This could also include a request for remand, which would place Trump in jail until a sentencing hearing. But legal experts tell Fox it's unlikely a 77-year-old man who has never been convicted of a crime will be sent to jail. Yes, unlikely, but Judge Juan Merchan seems to do a lot of things that most sane judges wouldn't do.
Here's the thing, though: it would be a precedent if a person for a Class E felony, first-time offender,
lowest tier of felony,
first-time offender went to jail for something like this.
Yes.
So I do agree with you that I think that a jail sentence would be way over the top. However, I got to say this, guys, and I know, look, you can, I'm fine taking the bullets for the show. I have no problem doing it, but you have to admit that I'm honest with everything I say. I will always be honest. I think it does Trump a lot of harm to sit there and constantly call out the judge. If that judge is the one making the decision, it does him a disservice to sit there and call him
harm as far as sentencing upcoming. Sure. Yes. He's
calling him corrupt and all that stuff, and he might be, but all I'm saying is that if this is the judge that is sentencing you, maybe take the Todd Blanche approach and
no, I disagree.
Okay,
I strongly disagree. I strongly disagree because I think I do. You have to take this on and call it like it is. Call it like you see it, because this judge is going to do what he's going to do, and maybe you feel the jury was going to do what it was going to do, but this judge, he hated Trump from day one.
Yep.
And so if he wants to put Trump in jail, he was going to put him in jail on day one.
But judges have massive egos, and they like to be held to the highest. They're sitting up there on that elevated perch. Yes, Your Honor. No, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Let's be real. There's not many human beings that say there's not many human beings roaming Earth that will speak about a judge the way Trump does. And Trump can do that because he's Trump, right? Different rules, different fools. But there's no doubt about it that it only works against him. And I'm not talking about court of public opinion, polls, galvanizing. I'm talking about what Merchan is probably thinking in his mind before he spouts off and tells Blanche, tell your client to calm down and sit down or whatever. I do think that works against him. How could it not, right? I mean, I wouldn't want to be talked to like
So
that.
you
And
guys,
I hate Mershon.
You guys would both advise Trump to keep going after the judge.
No,
even though he's
no, I disagree. I mean, he's not going to do it. He's not going to do it anyway. He's still going to keep saying it.
Of course.
Trump's not going to change his brand and his style. But if it was me, I mean, if I'm sitting there, my lawyer's probably like, "Yo, Nick, shut the hell up. You're only, that's what's going to happen here. Mershon's just going to, keep throwing the book at him." But no, I understand what you're saying, Dawn. There's no doubt about it. You got to fight this thing as hard as you can because we all know it's a sham and a joke to begin with.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, he went through the trial. Lawyers will tell you, oh, don't talk to the media. Oh, trust the system. Well, here we are. I think that Trump has seen what trusting the system, he sat there during the jury selection. And, I mean, what good did it do? You had a judge who twisted and was inconsistent with a whole lot of issues. But I just think it's silly to even talk about potential jail time and sentencing. I think it's disingenuous because the truth is that it's not going to go to sentencing because they're going to file these appeals. They'll do this quickly. And because of the nature of everything, it'll be taken up. And it's going to be overturned. Everybody knows that. The Democrats know it's going to be overturned. Why do you think they're going so strongly against Judge Alito? I'm telling you, and that's just it. Republicans, get it together, people, because everybody wants to wallow in this morning. Nope. Put your big boy pants on, get up, and say, hoorah, people, and see what's going on, America. You got to wake up. Right now, wake up. Stop talking about the past. Stop talking about the baggage. The Democrats saw all of this coming. They knew the conviction was coming. They've been looking at this and they said, all right, it's going to go to SCOTUS. Let's go after the judge. So why haven't Republicans gone after and said, and boom, get the media, get everybody to say this judge should recuse himself? So let's look at two judges. You've got one judge, Juan Mershon, who's donated. He's a big Democrat. His daughter she's in charge of a huge Dem PAC, right? Mm-hmm. And so who is the more biased person? A person who is involved and his family's involved in Democrat politics, or Justice Alito, whose wife put a flag upside down a year ago? And look at the headlines. Think about this. Democrats, they've got it together. They are so far ahead on this chessboard. And the Republicans, Jim Jordan, what was it, like May 24th, said, well, we got to look into this. Mm-hmm. Really?
Yeah, they're always looking into things.
But you just started this May 24th or 21st?
Yep.
The Democrats are like 6 months ahead of the Republicans every single time.
Yeah.
Stop wallowing in this. Get it together, people.
But you know what they'll do. Yeah, last night, J.D. Vance, he was doing the media tour. Yeah, it was just a lot of, verbal gymnastics, and we'll hear all these, we're going to look into launching, we're going to subpoena Judge Juan Mershon and subpoena power, and this is why it's important. But okay. Yeah, meanwhile, Marjorie Taylor Greene's doing jerk cleans in her garage. Look at me. Christ.
I just think every person who's going to vote for Trump, who voted from the past, break the internet. Go on social media and say, I voted for Trump in the past. I will vote for him in the future. So if you want to talk about a verdict, nothing in this case would have changed my vote.
Yeah.
How can you say this was in any way election interference? It wasn't. And that's really the crux of the case.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Fat Alvin Bragg. By the way, look at the size.
He's got some big cheeks, does he not?
Jesus.
You know, he reminds me of my little hamster. I had a hamster when I was
a chipmunk.
They store their food in their mouth. Hamsters are like.
He just looks like the epitome of unhealthy. Big suit that doesn't fit.
He'll probably outlive me.
A walking advertisement for diabetes.
Diabetes.
Alvin and the Chipmunk.
All right, Alvin Bragg spoke yesterday. This is cut 14. 14, Phil, go. Go.
First and foremost, I want to thank the jury for its service. Jurors perform a fundamental civic duty. Their service is literally the cornerstone of our judicial system. We should all be thankful for the careful attention that this jury paid to the evidence and the law and their time and commitment over these past several weeks. 12 everyday New Yorkers, and of course, our alternates, heard testimony from 22 witnesses, including former and current employees of the defendant, media executives, book publishers, custodians of records, and others. They reviewed call logs, text messages, and emails. They heard recordings. They saw checks and invoices, bank statements, and calendar appointments. This type of white-collar prosecution is core to what we do at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office.
He's wheezing.
Yeah, he's out of breath. He's like me in the Big Take when I don't follow my breathing routines. You know, it's astounding that a guy like that could sit up there and talk about like he's the beacon of justice, where the stats show that roughly 60% of the time this guy reduces felonies to misdemeanors, drops charges, doesn't prosecute violent criminals in New York. I mean, he is the epitome of a Soros DA, and I can't stand that guy. And it's not so much that it's Trump. I just don't have a lot of respect for any prosecutor that operates more like a defense attorney. Larry Krasner, on down the list. And this guy sitting here saying, we are the beacon of white collar. It will not happen. We will not. This guy campaigned on it. Just like Fannie Willis, just like the rest of these clowns. That guy's got zero integrity. Zero. But he got his victory lap, so you take it. By the way, Alvin, I would suggest some laps, maybe 30 of them. Get on the treadmill, chunk master. But my God almighty, that guy makes my skin crawl.
I mean, we don't have to go there, Nick Kayal. We don't have to call.
I can be petty at times. I try to have decorum.
It's wrong.
Darn it,
this
is
This is radio, people. He was wheezing while he was.
Come play golf with me, Alvin. We'll walk 18.
Oh, yeah.
You know, when he was talking about checks and he was talking about white collar crime, I think for Democrats, be careful be careful of karma and be careful of what you wish for, because it reminded me of another investigation into the big guy and Biden under investigation, and allegedly, according to House Republicans, if you want to believe them, as they've tried to subpoena. However, perhaps Trump's people were not smart enough to create these shell companies that Hunter Biden allegedly was creating and making it very difficult to follow that financial trail. But be careful what you wish for, Joe Biden and Democrats, because maybe this same kind of wrath is coming after you. Hunter Biden goes on trial.
That's right.
Locally.
Yep.
Monday.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yep.
So
I'm kicking off Pride Month with a bang.
Yeah.
Do you want to see Hunter Biden in jail? Do you want to see Joe Biden in jail? Is this where we're going to go?
By the way, you are 100% right, Dawn. That is not on this station and not other outlets, but like that is a very underreported story that's happening right now. It's kind of got swept up in the Trump trial that we've forgotten about the fact that Hunter Biden goes on trial starting Monday.
It's also, like Dawn always says, media bias by omission. They're not going to cover that with the same fervor and intensity. It's a great question to ask. Is this the road that we want to go down? This is not the America I want to live in. And I've seen mixed people on social media. Some are saying, you know what, how do you fight fire? You fight fire with fire. You do the same thing to the Democrats. It does set an awful precedent in this country. But at some point, it's like, you know, how much more can you get steamrolled by the Democrats if you're a Republican, right? You're just going to keep taking it and try to hold the high ground? I don't know that you can. I'd like to see that happen, but you know what? If this is the route you have to take, you know, so be it, I guess.
Cut 11, Phil, and by the way, my friend, you're doing a very good job of keeping up with me. I know this is not an easy job because I'm always all over the place. A reporter asked Bragg if he will seek jail time for Trump. This was referenced in one of the clips we played earlier to Todd Blanche. Cut 11, Phil, go.
Do you plan to request a prison sentence that Donald Trump's multiple violations of the gag order that was in place should factor into that request at all?
The judge scheduled a sentencing for July 11th. We will speak in court in that time. He also set a motion schedule. We will speak in our court filings as we've done throughout this proceeding.
Okay, so he's offering a big nothing burger there, politically correct, legally astute commentary, so to speak. I do think that there's probably a side of him that he really wants Trump in jail. But again, I'll be consistent with what I said in the big take. To me, it's, Yeah, it's taking him off the campaign trail. Yeah, it's, having him go through the whole charade. But I think more importantly, it's what they want is just the label convicted felon.
Let me ask you
Look
this.
up at CNN this morning.
What do they got up?
CNN, soon, convicted felon Trump to hold news conference all morning. Their banner in red.
Those two words mean the world to them more than anything.
So let me ask you guys this. Will the debates happen on June 27th?
Nope.
Yes.
I don't know that they will because Biden, well, it's up to Biden. His team has to look at this and decide. But I think that Biden, this gives him the out.
I think this
gives him an out.
See, I think this gives him the ammo to go in front of the American public on live television and say convicted felon on TV. I think they relish that moment. And I also think Trump relishes the opportunity to go back and say convicted felon only because you weaponized the DOJ against me. So I think from a motivation standpoint, this conviction gives both of them even more anticipation to get on that debate stage. I think it's going to be a total S show.
If it did, if I'm with the Trump team, I'm going to say all you have to say is soon to be convicted felon. Right? I mean, seriously, soon to be or unconvicted felon. He can come back with another line or maybe by then, what does Joe do if by then Hunter is a convicted felon?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And then is there just a level of disgust in the country to look at it? And I think somebody this morning had talked about, younger voters.
Mm-hmm.
And then you think of some people who look at this and go, look at this mess. Yeah. All of these people are like corrupt people. And do we have somebody else here?
Well,
and then what is that?
Have been saying, like, this is the best we can do in this country. I do think when those two get on the debate stage, assuming that it does happen, the strategy for Trump is going to be interesting because while I think now more than ever, this is more further proof of the weaponization of, government against the top political rival. He also has to be careful not to make it too much about himself because ultimately what you have to keep in mind is, you're doing it for the people. You're doing it for America. You want to make the economy great for the average Tom, Dick, and Harry again. You want to secure the border. You can't allow the pettiness of what's going on in Manhattan to override and take over your entire presentation where you make it not about the American people, but about yourself.
But he literally said that yesterday. He literally said that the verdict and the vote that matters is the one that happens November 5th. And he said, this isn't about, this isn't about me. This is about the American. Yeah.
Yep.
But even though he says it, to Greg's point about, one network is going to play one piece of it, another network is going to play another piece of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then do people just start to just throw up their arms and say, man, I can't pay for groceries and I have all these different pundits all over the place and these partisans on either side and what a chaotic mess. I just want somebody new and fresh. There's so much baggage here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Sean Farish has joined the YouTube chat, so I think that is our cue to take a quick break.
Okay.
And come back and get Sean's
beautiful
take on this.
All right.
Do you agree with that, Nick Kayal?
I do.
Okay,
I do.
Good.
I'm
glad we're on the same page.
I was thinking let's go longer, but when Sean's ready to rock, I say we wrap up and we pivot to Sean Farish. The great Sean Farish, our buddy, our pal, coming up next. Also, we'll get to a big three later on and a lot more as we continue.
Sean will be with us for the remainder of
the
show.
90 minutes. Yep, the next 90 minutes. So stay tuned. Another voice joining the conversation as we continue. That's why we call it Kayal and Company.
Yeah, buddy.
And we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Speaking of company, are you having some company over for the summer? We have so much going on with family get-togethers. And maybe you're thinking about windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, spiffing up that front door with a makeover. Think of Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, award-winning. They've been in business and celebrating 30 years in the community. They're local. Mike and Mark Chapman, great people. Recently went to one of your homes, and I get your comments all the time. Thanks for recommending Chapman. They said, oh my goodness, I had no idea that they had such a background in volunteer fire service and loved getting to know the Chapman family team. So here's the thing. If you're thinking of especially updating your current siding or maybe removing your current stucco and then replacing it with siding, think Chapman, think James Hardy Plank, and also there are beautiful vinyl siding choices that's going to add value, beauty to your home. Here's the number to call or text. They're local, they're listening, they're like-minded, 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898. Take a virtual tour online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hopefully you're listening to my playoff picks for the NBA. If so, you know that I took Dallas +4 last night. And the Dallas Mavericks went up 4-1 in the NBA playoffs. The Boston Celtics have already clinched their spot in the playoffs, in the finals. And you can get in on all the action on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. They're giving all customers 2 chances to bring home a big win with a no-sweat same-game parlay every weekend of the playoffs. That's this weekend. Just play any same-game parlay on any playoff matchup, and you'll get bonus bets back if you don't win. Bet on everything from rebounds to assists, 3-pointers, and more. It makes watching the finals with 2 teams you don't really care about a lot more fun. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up right now. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NBA. 21 and over, President PA. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien High Efficiency Tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing.
But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch, called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Oh, you gonna take me home tonight. Oh, down beside that red firelight. Oh, you gonna let it
8:32. It is a Friday morning. Welcome back in. Kayal and Company here. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. And, of course, we will continue to take your thoughts and reactions. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat. And joining us now is our buddy Sean Farish, as he does each and every Friday. And he'll be co-hosting next Friday, June 5th, here on Kayal and Company.
June 7th.
Oh, I'm sorry, June 7th. Next Friday, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I got the number wrong. Next Friday, June 7th. Good to have you in, buddy. I wish we were talking about a victory, an acquittal, a not guilty, perhaps a hung jury. But that's not the way it played out yesterday. How you doing this morning, pal?
Oh, I'm doing good, and I think we could still talk about a victory, not to spin it, but to say that there is silver lining here. And I'm a sports fan, so like whenever one of my sports teams loses, and they're like, "But you played hard," and I'm like, "All right, but like the Jets have been playing hard and losing for like the last couple decades, so don't give me the we played hard or we'll come back later, we'll get them next time," or like a Mets fans every four favorite words. There's always next year, right? Like these are the things that we've always heard. It was a Texas Rangers fans' favorite four words too up until last year. You know, this is not that, right? So the day before Joe Biden got inaugurated, when I was still on Long Island and we were still running grassroots rallies and everybody was upset and despondent, and what are we going to do? I said, the silver lining here, and I don't like silver linings, but the silver lining here is that the next 4 years under a Biden presidency, under a Biden regime, a Biden administration, is going to be the biggest wake-up call in the history of the country. And people are saying, well, how many are, what's going to change? We know that there were fishy things in the election, and we know that there's going to be inflation. I said, it's not about what we know. It's about what everybody's about to find out. Now we go fast forward 3.5 years since Joe Biden's, inauguration, and you're looking at unbelievable prices in the supermarket, cost of living going through the roof. Interest rates are going through the roof. Wages are not pacing up or keeping pace with inflation. So the amount of disposable income that you have has drastically decreased. And this is impacting everybody. And so the silver lining at that point 4 years ago, I said, that's what it's going to be. I didn't anticipate this. This is an even bigger wake-up call now. Look, you have so many people, the Democrats for years, right, since Donald Trump won in 2016, talking about how he used outside influence in the election, and it was Russia, and it was this situation, and a catch-and-kill story, and Stormy Daniels. You now have a direct link on many, many fronts to the Biden administration, right? You have a direct link to them and what just took place in New York yesterday, whether it's Matthew Colangelo, whether it is the fact that the judge donated to Biden, whether it's the fact that the judge's daughter is a political operative and a fundraiser who raised money off of what was taking place in her father's courtroom. We knew all of this going in. Now you have this guilty verdict. I heard you guys talking about it. CNN is going crazy. Convicted felon Donald Trump. If you think that this is going to stick, if you think that Americans don't understand that New York is a deep blue hellhole of a state, not all of the areas of it. Long Island is very Republican. Upstate New York, rural New York up there, very, very conservative. But this trial was held in Manhattan, where Alvin Bragg won his election in 2021 with 87% of the vote. Kathy Hochul won her gubernatorial bid in 2022 with 80% of the vote in Manhattan. So you had a 20% chance, or even a 13% chance, even lower, that some of the members of that jury, you had a 13% chance that they opposed the man bringing the case. Then you have the judge essentially giving them jury instructions to direct them and guide them towards a conviction. This is stuff that you wouldn't see. I mean, Joseph Stalin could come back from the dead and he would give this a standing ovation, right? So I think Americans are seeing this. There's a lot of people I know, I've seen online, that hate Donald Trump. They despise him. They've never voted for him, but they are seeing this and they're going, well, you know what? Things were better for me 4 years ago, and I don't want to beat him this way. They want to beat him the right way. Democrats talk about insurrections, election interference. This is election interference right now. I mean, the sentencing dates, all of the collusion that has taken place. So, I mean, I would have loved to have joined you guys this morning and said, yeah, we got the acquittal or we got the hung jury. There were jokes that were going to write themselves, guys, if we had a hung jury.
Oh,
Remember, we did the joke here on the show. We had, we had a porn star, a gag order, a pecker, a cold courtroom, so it's small. And now we have a hung jury. The jury's hung, the greatest hung jury in the world. I was getting ready, but I knew in the back of my head, hey, we got to expect a conviction here. And so it came back. It was a conviction. And now we get outlaw Donald Trump. That's where we're going right now, right? I mean, it's going to be an interesting 6 months, 5 months, whatever it's going to be until Election Day. I don't think Americans are looking at this going, yeah, this hush money payment, this conviction changes everything. You know what payments Americans care about, guys? How about the payments you make to your mortgage every month that become harder and harder to pay? How about the payments that you make to the cashier in the supermarket? How about the payments that you make to, your cell phone company, your auto loan, your student loans, who, by the way, Joe Biden wants to bribe young voters with student loan bailouts. Meanwhile, the only people who are getting forgiven are people who have been in repayment for 20 years. I don't know about any 20-year repayment Gen Zers out there. I don't think that's really possible unless they've been paying for college since they've been born. Now, those are the payments that people care about. They don't care about payments to a porn star that were prosecuted by a Soros-funded district attorney. So I don't, we're not talking about a victory, so to speak, but I certainly don't think this was even a blow. I don't think this was even that much of a blow. I mean, running for president as a convicted felon, I will tell you, not ideal. But if there's a man that's going to be able to do it and a movement that's going to be able to handle it and I don't want to say spin it, but use it as fuel and motivation, it's the MAGA movement and it's Trump. So I think the Democrats, some of them, the smart ones, feel like I think it was Yamamoto after Pearl Harbor and said, well, what did we do here? Did we make a mistake? I think that's where a lot of the smart ones are right now.
So let's get your thoughts on the appeals process. Obviously, that's the next step to drop. I would have had the appeal already typed up and ready to submit, because you got to assume in this city of New York, with this venue, the ability to find a fair and impartial jury is virtually impossible. That's where I am a little disappointed, because I thought at least one or two of the lawyers on this jury would see that they did not reach the burden of proof that was necessary, although that's a different argument for a different day, I suppose. When we talk about the appellate process, how do you think this is going to play out? Is it going to go all the way up to the top? And how quickly do you think we will get the victory that is probably going to happen and the justice that will likely be served when somebody not named Judge Juan Merchan reviews this and then ultimately looks at it from a fair and balanced perspective?
Well, from an appeals standpoint, everyone's saying that the appeal, the appellate process is probably not going to complete itself until after the election. And the only thing I'm not hearing people talk about is, if there's going to be any sort of motion or any sort of initiative to expedite this because of the implications with the election. So I don't know how any of that's going to work out, but most people are saying that it's going to happen after November, right? So, but this process after the sentencing hearing, once Donald Trump appeals, they may be able to stay any of the sentencing or the rulings throughout the appeal process, and it'll give Donald Trump a little more freedom, a little more flexibility if home confinement or any of these crazy sentences are imposed on him that would keep him confined and off the campaign trail. But I think one of the things you just brought up that people need to understand is, you said you were hoping that one or two jurors were going to realize that the prosecution had not met its burden, right, to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that something occurred, right? So the prosecution, I even said this, right? I was talking about this on my streaming show on Rumble, and I said, I could look at the prosecution's argument objectively if I take my biases out of it. And obviously my bias that I support Donald Trump, I'm a MAGA supporter, I'm a conservative, et cetera. But I could look at the prosecution's argument and I could say, all right, I can see where they're coming from, that it's possible, right? And people go, well, what do you mean? I said, no. I said possible. But their job as the prosecution isn't to convince me that it's possible. Their job is to convince me that it is certain that that absolutely happened beyond a reasonable doubt. They didn't do that. But what Merchan did is he lessened their burden, right? He basically made it easier for the prosecution to, quote unquote, prove beyond a reasonable doubt, because he gave the jury a buffet of choices that they could choose. And they didn't even have to all agree on how this whole thing was put together and what they were concealing. He basically said, as long as you think he falsified the records and he was concealing something, you don't have to agree on what that something is, you can convict. So he led them to the conviction with the jury instructions. It's obviously ripe for appeal. And the reason why one or two of those jurors didn't find it that the prosecution didn't meet its burden is because Juan Merchan told them they didn't have to find that the prosecution met the burden. So, again, this was not justice, a miscarriage of justice. The appellate process is going to be, I would imagine, you're going to see this thing once it's heard, it's going to certainly be overturned. But again, it's probably not going to happen until after the election, unless this gets expedited. But I think now you're dealing with Americans seeing it, saying, look, you're doing this the wrong way. You told us that Donald Trump was going to do everything that Joe Biden right now is absolutely doing. World War III, inflation, all of these terrible things for minorities and working class families and middle class. And now you have the jailing of political opponents. We've never seen, he's not in jail yet, but he's a quote unquote convicted felon. We've never seen anything like it in this country. Now we have crossed that line, and it's because the Democrats couldn't help themselves. And I think America and Americans, realistically, just reasonable Americans, are going to look at this and say, well, if they could do this to Trump, they could do this to me. And they're going to vote like their livelihood and their freedom depends on it, because it does.
So let me ask you this, because I've seen a lot of people weighing in on social media, RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, DeSantis, on down the list, Vivek Ramaswamy, some more friendly and connected and tight with Trump, others competing against him. RFK Jr., obviously no friend, no ally to Donald Trump. He's trying to do the same thing Trump's doing, and that is defeat Joe Biden and become president of the United States. And I know the polls have really failed us and let us down and been wrong a lot the last 2 years. Do you think any of these polls that we will see starting this weekend after the Talking Heads do their show on Sunday morning, do you think we're going to see poll movement in places like New York, perhaps Virginia, any of the battleground states? Or do you think it's going to be very minuscule because 95, 98, 99% of Americans already have made up their mind, A, on who they're voting for, and B, that these cases really don't mean much, if anything, to any of these people out there? What do you think that impact will have?
Well, maybe the polls tighten a little bit. I mean, they're already kind of tight when you look at nationally. But, I think a lot of these results, I think a lot of the opinions about Donald Trump, whether or not he was convicted, are basically baked into these polls. And a lot of the reaction that I've seen, and again, I'm biased, is that there are people who don't like Donald Trump who are saying, I'm voting for him. I'm donating to him. You saw what happened to the website last night. His donation page crashed. There are a lot of other indicators. I mean, as far as indicators go, you could even look at meme coins in cryptocurrency and see movement in the Trump-themed meme coins because of yesterday's conviction. I mean, there are so many there, and obviously Donald Trump has taken a pro-crypto stance, so there's a lot of that. But you could see so many indicators that see people kind of not relating to Donald Trump, but sympathizing with him. Like, my goodness, what else are they going to try here? And I think in polling, maybe you'll see some skew a little bit in the short term. But again, in the long term, you're looking at 5 months from now. And this is the one thing that the left always says, well, the polls don't matter now. In 5 months, everything can change. And they're right. They're 100% right. So I'm not going to necessarily be worried about the polls that happen, the shock poll that may happen right after a conviction, because in 5 months, I have to ask myself, if Donald Trump is still, quote unquote, technically a convicted felon, do people really care? This wasn't a serious crime. It's not like he was convicted of something heinous and terrible.
Right.
He was convicted of something that was concocted by a Soros-funded left-wing activist DA. And that people they're going to look at it and go, but am I going to make more money? Or, the whole hush money thing doesn't matter. VP is an interesting question. And he says he's going to announce at the convention. And I think after yesterday, a guy like Lee Zeldin needs to be taken into consideration. Again, I'm biased. I'm from New York. I know him. But I could say that that one of Zeldin's biggest promises, and I was pretty involved in that race in New York in 2022, his day one promise, if he was elected governor, folks, was that he would fire Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. This was before there were any Trump indictments at all. It was in 2022. He would fire Alvin Bragg because of the Jose Alba scenario where they charged a man with murder over self-defense. He thought it was so unsafe in New York that he actually wound up fleeing back to the Dominican Republic. Cashless bail ran the city into the ground, crime out of control. But Alvin Bragg campaigned on getting Donald Trump. And Lee Zeldin saw that and said his day one promise, if he was elected governor, would be to hand Alvin Bragg his walking papers and fire him. So, hey, if Zeldin would have won, none of this would have happened in New York City, right? Because Bragg would have been gone. Could that be an inside track now for Lee Zeldin to be the vice president and also make any sort of swing in New York with the Jewish population in the Northeast? Maybe. We'll see. I'm excited to see who his pick is regardless. I think Zeldin, I think Vance are very good choices for the VP role.
Sean Ferris joining us here on Kayal and Company as he does each and every Friday. He'll be guest co-hosting next Friday, June 7th, as we continue here. So, before we get to the convention, obviously July 15th, we've got sentencing for Trump July 11th, obviously the appellate process. Before all of that, June 27th is the first debate. I still am of the belief that debates will happen. I think from the Biden perspective, they are salivating at the bit to get on a debate stage in front of America so that Joe can say those two words to Trump's face, convicted felon. I think Trump equally would love to be out there and say, yeah, because you weaponized the DOJ against me. Dawn and Greg a little bit less skeptical and less convinced that these debates will go off. Do you think this debate, the first one in June, is still going to go off as scheduled after yesterday's news?
I think so too, and I think something else is happening too. I think now there's a little bit of a better chance that Joe Biden is the nominee because they'll be able to do the clipping right at the oh, here's Joe Biden, brave Joe Biden standing up to convicted felon Donald Trump, calling him a convicted felon on the stage, and they're going to campaign and they're going to fundraise and it's going to be a part of the ads. I think the debates are going to happen regardless. If Donald Trump was acquitted or if there was a hung jury here, that would have been Joe Biden's last chance, so to speak, to kind of prove that he still has it. I think now, because that they've muddied him up enough, it only makes sense that Joe Biden would be the nominee at this point, unless there's a Pope incident on the stage, right? You could kind of see one of those situations happen where he's on there. I want to see this happen. I want to see Donald Trump on the debate stage. Joe Biden calls him a convicted felon. About halfway through, Donald Trump just goes, do you smell something, Joe? Did you do that? I may be a convicted felon, but you're a convicted poo-poo pants, okay? That's what you are. That's what you filled your diaper. It's terrible to see what's happening. Just like the case in New York, you're full of, what I'm saying? So, he's got to. He's got to lean into it a little bit, right? Just lean into it.
Yeah.
But I think the debates are going to happen. I don't think it's going to scare anybody away. I think the Democrats want to get out there, brand him to his face, a convicted felon. They think maybe they're going to have that Hillary moment, right? When Donald Trump got on the debate stage and talked about Abe Lincoln and then looked at Hillary Clinton and said, that's the only difference between Abraham Lincoln and you. Abraham Lincoln never lied, stuff like that. And I think they're chomping at the bit, but it's going to look like a bully, right? You're going to see Joe Biden unhinged, rah, 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 waving his hands and acting like he's on like an amusement park ride because he doesn't know where he is and his eyes are spacing out and going all over the place to call him a convicted felon. They're throwing the weight of the government at this guy over nonsense. Nobody knows what Donald Trump was actually convicted of yet. They just know that he was convicted of, quote unquote, a felony or 34 counts. So I think if they keep leaning into the fact that they did this to him, it only makes them look like more of a bully, and it makes Americans gravitate more towards the underdog. They love an underdog story, right? Rudy is a good movie because of the story, right?
Yeah.
Miracle on Ice, the whole thing. So I think that's what you're going to see. I think the debates will happen, though.
One last thing, and we're going to continue. Sean will be with us for the final hour here coming up, and we'll get to Dawn's Big Three as well. Do you think there's any residual effect, any trickle-down effect, this snowball type impact with the other three trials, and who knows when they take off, if they start, whether they're after the election, whether Trump's president or not. But do you think, because I thought New York was the flimsiest of the four cases, which is why I'm a little shocked that there was 12 out of 12 that came back guilty. Do you think this has any impact whatsoever with potential jurors, the American public, prosecutors, judges, on down the list, maybe different defense lawyers for Trump when it comes to Georgia, Mar-a-Lago, and the Washington, D.C. cases?
Well, the problem is in New York is that the issue is that it set the precedent, right? So now if there are jurors on another Trump case, they're not going to feel like, well, this is the first time it's ever happened. So that pressure has been eased. But I don't think those cases are even going to go to trial before the election. The January 6th case in D.C., right? That one's going to be held up because of the immunity claims. The case in Miami, it looks like Eileen Cannon just not having it, and she's a fair judge, and he'll get a better jury down there as well.
Oh yeah.
And the Fani Willis case, I mean, she's a mess. So was Alvin Bragg. It's not necessarily in a great venue. And you mentioned that New York was the flimsiest case. You're right. It was a flimsy case, but it was a flimsy case being heard and tried in a very friendly venue. Mm-hmm. And what is it that I think it was some communist leaders. It might have been Stalin. It might have been Lenin. It's not the people who vote. It's the people who count the votes, right? So it's not necessarily the validity or the merits of the case being brought, right? It's where the case is being tried. That's why they didn't want to give Trump a change of venue. That's why they've given no January 6 defendants, including Donald Trump in D.C., a change of venue. It's not about the case or the facts of the case. If it was, Donald Trump would have been completely and totally acquitted. As a matter of fact, it never even would have been brought. It's not about the case. It's about where the case is being tried. That's the America that we're in right now, red states versus blue states, essentially. And that's why that happened. So I think in the D.C. case, if there were no holdups, Donald Trump would be convicted there. I think he would get off in Miami. And I think George is a wild card. I mean, but the conviction in New York wasn't difficult to see coming. Obviously, we all know you guys are in Philly. It's a very similar demographic there, voter-wise, electorate-wise.
Yep.
It wasn't difficult to see an outcome like this coming. Even if the case, you could try him for ripping the tag off a mattress and have video evidence of Donald Trump putting the tag on it because someone else ripped it off, and they'd say, well, he was near the mattress and the tag was off, and I don't care if he was putting it on. We're in New York. He's guilty, and that's just the way it goes. Unfortunately, these are show trials. The outcome was predetermined. Obviously, because of the venue, not because of the merits of the case or the talent of the prosecution.
Yep.
It's because of the venue, and that's unfortunately what Trump has to struggle with.
All right, we'll continue on the other side, 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, a lot of callers want to weigh in. We'll take some calls with Sean. We've got a big three from Dawn. Fourth and final hour, the 9 o'clock hour on a Friday, always the most interesting and usually the biggest train wreck of the week, and we'll do that on the other side. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Recently, just about 8 weeks ago, stopped out to Piazza Mazda in Westchester to check out their 2024 Mazda CX-30. I have been now to every dealership that Piazza has to offer. I've seen every vehicle. I'm not sure that there's a better value in the Piazza family than Mazda. The dynamic CX-30 offers 8 different trim levels, creating a perfect fit for every lifestyle. When it comes to performance, iActive all-wheel drive is standard, and the available turbocharged engine packs a surprising punch. Safety features such as blind spot monitoring give the 2024 CX-30 a 5-star overall safety rating. I encourage you, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, whether you're looking for a little bit of pop, a little bit of bang for your buck, safety, style, the Mazda CX-30 or any of the Mazda models in 2024 are all very enticing. Visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester, Reading, or online. Check them out, piazzamazda.com. Tell them Nick sent you.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Hello, saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, or back that won't go away? Check out QC Kinetics. No surgery, drugs, or downtime. QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At California Psychics, we know that nagging doubts like, how much will a psychic cost? And how will I find the right one? Can stop you from getting the guidance you need. That's why we offer the best psychics at the best value. California Psychics have a wide range of psychics available 24/7, so you can find the one that meets your needs and your budget. If you can't decide, our dedicated customer service team are always available to guide you. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. And what do you know? Most of our customers get everything they need from a reading within that time. Our psychics may surprise you with their ability to offer unique insight on your life situation. In fact, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So, there's never been a better time to take the next step. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to work money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Don't let them silence you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Last girl started one with a defect. Cellophane shrink wrap so correct.
9:01, fourth and final hour is underway here on a Friday morning. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, Greg, Sean Farish hanging out for 90 minutes this morning. It's good to have him in here for this hour and a half on a day in which we have been pretty much wall-to-wall coverage of Donald Trump's guilty verdict yesterday on 34 felony counts, or as I like to say, one felony count copied and pasted 33 additional times, which is essentially what it is. And now the fallout, the reaction, and where we go from here. And be honest, there's no slow days ahead if you think about it. You've got the appeals process. We've got June 27th debate. We've got the RNC convention on July 15th. Trump's, quote, sentencing July 11th. We've got the DNC convention in August. And then before you know it, summer's over, and here comes the stretch run. Not going to be any slow days ahead, folks.
Nope.
So get ready for it. It's not going to be dying down anytime soon. I literally don't think we've either played a clip or even had a conversation, a story, a topic about anything short of what was going on locally here in the news this morning with Dawn.
Well, that's why it's key to have the news, right? Local news.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. And also to break it up a little bit so our heads don't explode.
Oh, my God.
Yes. I miss the days of Trump versus DeSantis for 4 hours. Can we go back to those days? Mustard, exactly. 855-839-1210. Sean Farish is with us, and we'll get to some other issues when it comes to Trump. He's scheduled to speak today, press conference coming up at 11 o'clock. And I've got some other questions that I want to get Sean's take on. But a lot of people also want to weigh in, so let's take some phone calls here, Sean, and we'll get your reaction, and you can chime in and interact with the people as well. Let's start it off. Now, I could go down the list here, or I could start right at the top. Let's start with a guy who probably had dreams of being on this jury. He would have voted guilty before the opening statements. Terry is in King of Prussia. Terry, go right ahead. Get your pound of flesh, pal. Go right ahead.
Hey, that's funny. But somebody earlier said that if we're voting for Biden, we're stupid. And I just think that all comes from Donald Trump, because that's all he does is call people names like a little kid.
Who said that?
I think that friends of mine that are Trumpers, I think a lot of them are smart. But I think what's wrong is, and I'm not calling them any names, I think you're weak-minded because you believe all the lies he tells. Because this guy is telling us that on day one he's going to be a dictator. He's going to do away with our Constitution. The insurrection is the biggest one there, glaring. He tried to overthrow our government. You can say whatever you want, but that's what was going on. They're facts. The donors for him are billionaires. He's telling them, I'm going to give you another tax break. So there you go. Let's run up the deficit another, $2 trillion he gave the last time. He's probably going to give more this time because he's giving it to himself. And that's all he cares about. He don't care about me and you. He only cares about the rich. And he loves dictators like Xi. You got Putin. You got Kim Jong-un, his lover. He thinks these guys are great. Why does he do that? Because he wants to be a dictator.
Because I guess Biden has no billionaire donors. Biden, who's a career politician.
There he is.
Yeah, Dawn, you're so right. Biden has no billionaire donors.
Nope.
He certainly hasn't helped Vladimir Putin in Ukraine. Can I ask this caller a question respectfully? We were told that Donald Trump's first presidential term was going to be World War III, and there were no new wars. And you talk about people believing all of the lies that Donald Trump says. What do you think? I'm very curious, and I ask this respectfully. What do you think about the 2016 election? Was the 2016 election legitimate in your eyes?
He's gone. He's gone.
Terry left.
He's gone, Sean. But yeah. No, I get your point.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
I was going to have a lot of fun.
He also brings up insurrection. To my knowledge, Donald Trump has never been charged with
Nobody
insurrection.
has been charged.
Nobody has been
18
charged.
U.S. Code Section 2383, the Insurrection and Rebellion Act.
Right.
Not one person involved in January 6th. Not one has been charged with that. You
Right.
ask yourself why that is.
It really is remarkable, and I've butted heads with Terry in the past, but it's a Friday, it's beautiful, and I don't want to have a stroke here at 9:04. We talk
I was
about
getting ready.
Oh yeah,
I was getting ready.
Trust me,
My
you'll have more opportunities for sure, brother. There's a few out there that will offer those viewpoints, and that's fine. We encourage differing viewpoints. I don't want 4 straight hours of people echoing my talking points or anything like that. But we talk about the Constitution. I mean, you could argue the First, the Fifth, the Sixth Amendment have all been eviscerated, shredded, at least challenged over the last 3.5-4 years with free speech in this country, with due process, with search and seizure. The last time I checked, all of that's happening under the Biden administration. It's not happening under the Trump administration. And I think you were alluding to this a moment ago, Sean. Everything that they claimed would happen under Trump is currently happening under Joe Biden.
Well, remember the debate when Donald Trump said to Hillary, one of the best lines ever, "You'd be in jail." Remember that? And they went, "Oh, he's going to jail his political opponents. Orange man bad." All right. So is Dementia Man bad now that he's trying to do this? Because we need look. All I've been looking for a long time with the left, long time. What are the rules? But more importantly, how long are you going to stick with this set of rules before you change them again? Because if all we're going to keep doing is changing the rules, well, the definition of vaccine has changed. No, it hasn't. It hasn't. It's changed because you are trying to convince people that you can still get sick after getting vaccinated, and like that's normal. I mean, if that was normal, everybody would have the measles. You know what I mean? Like this would just be, we would have no immunity to anything in this country if that was normal. This is ridiculous. So what are the rules? And when are you going to move the goalposts, right? Because we need a set of rules right now that both sides, parties, whatever you want to call it, are going to play by and stick to. If when Donald Trump jokingly says you'd be in jail, not I'm going to lock you up, but if I was in charge of the law, you'd be in jail, and they had a stroke over Donald Trump's a dictator, he's going to be jailing his political opponents like Putin. And now Joe Biden's literally colluding with, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office through the Department of Justice to convict his political opponent, his chief political opponent, and the front runner in the presidential election. So where is the criticism there? Well, they say, well, nobody's above the law. What are you talking about? What law did Donald Trump break?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's a convicted felon.
Yeah.
Well, what did he get convicted? Can you tell me what he got convicted for?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he falsified business records. Not a felony in New York. I
Right.
mean, this is unbelievable that there are people who still fall into this thought process.
Well, the other thing that's really scary and staggering for people like Terry and King of Prussia or other Democrats that buy this, oh, he loves Putin,
Prussia.
he loves Xi, and here's the thing: Biden has been steamrolled by these dictators because they know he projects weakness and fragility, and they can get away with almost anything they want. Where Trump was really brilliant was he would massage the egos of Xi or Putin and say they're smart people, they're on top of their game, they're bright. But he also knew with Trump that he'd give these people a little wiggle room and the mainstream media would melt down. Oh my God, I can't believe he has admiration and respect for X, Y, and Z. But you knew, and more importantly, they know, these dictators know that if they cross the line, Trump was going to come down and hammer them. I mean, he wiped out ISIS in less than a month. So it's this like entry-level thought of he wants to be like these other dictators. No, he knows how to play the game, and they would not. It's just my personal opinion. None of this would have happened if Trump was still the president. And if it did happen for some reason and Putin went into Ukraine, do you think on May 31st of 2024, it would still be going on if Trump was president? No. It would have ended quick, fast, and in a hurry.
How about Vladimir Putin not too long ago coming out and saying that he prefers Joe Biden to be reelected to Donald Trump?
Geez,
right?
I wonder
he would
why.
Rather see. He said, well, he told us why, Nick. He told us why, Vladimir Putin. He said because Joe Biden is more experienced and more predictable. Mm-hmm. Now, again, I love to go back to sports, right? Brian Schottenheimer, he's a name that I have to wash my mouth out with soap. Mm-hmm. When he was the New York Jets offensive coordinator, was very predictable. Yep. Run, pass, punt every single time. Regardless of talent, we knew it was coming. 3rd and 12 draw play. Everybody knew what that guy was going to call. And when you're predictable, your opponents, your enemies, whomever it is on the other side of the ball, they know it's coming. It makes it a lot easier for them to execute their game plan. Vladimir Putin isn't a dumb person. Vladimir Putin is a very smart person. He's a very cunning person. And many people don't like it, but he is an effective leader in Russia. How do we know he's an effective leader? Because he's still in power and he keeps winning with 88% of the vote in elections that would make Fidel Castro proud. I don't know if they're legitimate or not. I just know that whatever he's doing, it's effective because he has not been taken out of power yet in Russia. I don't like that. That's not what I want in my country, but it's been effective for him and it's worked out for him. Of course, a guy like Putin is going to look at Biden, who he can't string a sentence together and say, yeah, I want that guy, and not the effectively wild, the Nolan Ryan type Donald Trump, where if I step out of line, I may actually catch consequences here. Of course, he wants Joe Biden to be president. If Vladimir Putin is telling you that, could you just imagine this? Put the shoe on the other foot. If Vladimir Putin came out and said, I prefer Donald Trump because he's more predictable, wall to wall, on every network. Nobody covers these comments that Vladimir Putin made. Now they say, oh, Putin's lying. He's lying about it. But why would he be lying if he really wants Trump to be elected? Why would he be lying about this? It's blows my mind. Nobody has been better for Russia, for China, for Iran, for Ukraine, for Israel, for all of these countries, right? Nobody's been better to them than Joe Biden.
Right.
Nobody's been better for America within our borders than Donald Trump.
There you go. Absolutely, absolutely spot on. 855-839-1210. Let's bring in attorney Linda Kearns, who is joining us here. Linda, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Other than being an Elvis fan, as you know, I am retained election.
Oh, Jesus, with Elvis. Oh, my Lord. Linda.
I am retained. Let's talk about real stuff here. I am retained election integrity counsel in Pennsylvania for the Republican National Committee. What your listeners need to know are that the people running the polling places and counting mail ballots and administering elections in Pennsylvania want Biden to win and Trump to lose. If there was ever a wake-up call, it was yesterday. We need our guys to watch those guys. I need thousands of people to volunteer in Pennsylvania on November 5th, and I'm asking your listeners to go to protectthevote.com and sign up. We will train you. I will put you in a polling place, or you will be watching them counting mail ballots all day. But I need our guys to watch those guys. And if you live in Jersey or Delaware and want to help in PA, hit me up. My email address is on my website, and I can use you to watch the mail ballot count in Philadelphia. It was a travesty what happened yesterday. The real victims are the American people. How do we change this? Don't be a victim. Help us win in November. Protectthevote.com. Please go to my website and sign up.
Will do. Thank you for the message, Linda. You have a great weekend, okay?
Thank you for the donation, too, Linda.
Yes, $1,000. God bless you, Linda.
We love you.
Oh, and I'll be sending in my playlist. I'll hold you to that. But, hey, I'm a conservative female living in Philadelphia. You didn't even have to promise that. I'd do anything to help the kids of fallen officer.
There you go.
Beautiful.
There she is, Linda Kearns. Thank you, Linda.
Thanks, Linda.
ProtectTheVote.com.
You got it. There you go. ProtectTheVote.com. 855-839-1210. Let's grab some more calls here, Sean. We're going to grab, we got a couple of Franks here. Let's go Frank and Delco up first. Frank, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. Great show as usual.
Thank you.
I'm just still sitting in my car here laughing at Terry from King of Prussia. I mean, just outrageous, hypocritical. But anyway, my point is at the end of the day, we can do all the Monday morning quarterbacking about who they should have called and what they should have asked. But, I mean, from day one, all the fix was in. I mean, Bragg had one mission. That judge had one mission. I mean, from what I understand, he's not even a full-time judge. He's an acting judge. He was hand-selected. He doesn't care. None of them care if this gets appealed. All they wanted to do was to be able to call Donald Trump a convicted felon leading up to the election. And they succeeded in that. And I just think, people will see, the people that are paying attention, it's a total disservice to the point now where, let me throw this out there, and I know it's going to sound crazy, but we're living in crazy times. The next time Joe Biden's campaigning in a red city with a Republican DA and Joe Biden makes any type of false statement, and we know he does it all the time, why don't we or that Republican DA indict him on the same type of junk charges that they just convicted Donald Trump on?
It's a great point. Yeah, it's a very valid point. I think a lot of people have been asking that question. Sean, let me ask you this: is it what's the motive now for Republicans? What's the counter? So, okay, Democrats are doing lawfare and doing this persecution and making things political. Is it time to fight fire with fire? Hold the high ground? What do you think about that?
Oh, I'm done with the high ground. If you're going to fight in the trenches, then I'm coming in the trenches, and I'm coming with a lot, right? So If you want to play lawfare, the only way this stops is when this happens to them.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to wind up here. This is never where I wanted to wind up. When Donald Trump did the "you'd be in jail" thing to Hillary Clinton, that was funny on a debate stage. But I always, in the back of my head, said, all right, I know this guy gets kind of personal with stuff, and he takes a lot of things. He wants to make it about himself. Sometimes Donald Trump, I really was hoping that Donald Trump didn't just try to throw Hillary Clinton in jail for the hell of it. Now, we know that there were illegal things that she did, like destroying evidence under federal subpoena. If Donald Trump did those things, he probably would be in jail. And by the way, that's a violation of the law. So I wasn't the one who wanted to weaponize the Department of Justice to put political opponents in jail over nothing. That's what the Democrats did. But if they are, and this goes back to what I just said, what are the rules and what are we sticking to? If these are the rules, then they can't be upset when they're used against them. And we're watching right now the Democrats celebrating this verdict. Nobody's above the law, the same nonsense talking points. When this system starts to get weaponized back against them, they're going to cry, foul play and it's rigged and this is what dictators do, et cetera. They're the ones that started this, and I don't like it. I was hoping it would never happen. I know Americans' faith in the justice system has been eroded, and if it continues to happen, it's going to be even further eroded. But the only way to make that schoolyard bully stop is to not say, please, sir, you're hurting me. It's to sock him in the mouth. You have, politically, of course, you have to deliver these damaging blows to your political opponents. You can't just hope that at some point the left is going to have a reunion with their conscience and say, oh yeah, what we've been doing is wrong. We're sorry about that. That's just not what we're playing against. You're playing against a monster. You got a guy in the ring with you who's using brass knuckles. You're appealing to the ref, and the ref is saying, yeah, I don't see anything wrong. Well, you got to go get yourself some brass knuckles now and hit back. I don't care what you think. We're above that. No, you're not. Because if you continue to play this we're above that game, you're going to continue to get steamrolled. We're all going to continue to get steamrolled. So we do need to fight fire with fire, or as I like to say, fight fire with water. Water actually puts the fire out, but get in there with a fire hose and extinguish these flames. Because if we don't, if we say, well, we're above this and we need to return to normalcy, it's only going to keep happening. There need to be consequences. And let me tell you something. If there are Republicans in elected office places who are not interested in pursuing consequences and accountability, no problem. I know you're from a different generation. I know you may have a differing viewpoint. We need people who care, who are going to fight for accountability and consequences for these actions and for what has propelled us into chaos. This is a constitutional crisis now. And if we're just going to let they kind of screwed things up and now we're in a constitutional crisis, we'll just beat them at the ballot box and then everything will go back to normal. No, sorry. If you're one of these people who thinks that the high road is the way out, resign from elected office. We need fighters. And I think we have to fight. Maybe that's again, politically, maybe that's something people listen to go, I don't know if I want to go that far. I can tell you this. I want to go that far because it's the only way they're going to stop.
9:20 Friday morning. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What the hell is this? Get off my lawn.
Listen, old man, you don't want to with me.
Did you hear me? I said get off my lawn now.
Are you crazy? Go back in the house.
Yeah, I blow a hole in your face and then I go in the house and I sleep like a baby. You can count on that.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210 and you could win this great prize.
Today's prize is a pair of tickets to Willie Nelson's 4th of July picnic with Bob Dylan, Robert Plant, Maren Morris, Mavis Staples, and others at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com, but you can get yours right now if you were caller 12 with the correct answer at 855-839-1210. Caller 12. 855-839-1210. We'll come back. We'll get our winner, Dawn's Big Three, and then Sean's going to stick around and react to what's on the cut sheet part due as we continue Friday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on a conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Sign up for a free educational seminar now. Call 855-415-ROTH. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decisions.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Crash Proof Retirement is taking an aggressive, bold step, becoming the very first firm in history to record and store all financial meetings. This unprecedented initiative documents that at Crash Proof Retirement, fiduciary responsibility is not just something we say, it's a legally binding guarantee that we've always delivered to the Philadelphia region.
Savannah McHugh, Montgomery County. Wall Street will tell you they're looking out for your best interest. They say that fiduciary thing, and then it goes out the window. Crash Proof is saying, not only are we saying it to you, but we're going to put it on film. There's no shadow over anything that they do. That's the difference. Crash Proof Retirement has taken the time to show that they care so that we can go home, go to sleep, and not have to worry about it.
Learn why recording financial meetings validates Crash Proof Retirement's fiduciary responsibility. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 11th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company. It's a Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, Greg, Sean Farish hanging out with us as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. Dawn show at 10 o'clock. What's on tap? We'll find out in just about 20 minutes. Who won Twitter today? Today in music history. We still have the big three on the way, as well as what's on the cut sheet part 2. But before we get to all of that, Lori is in Havertown, and she's identified the movie this morning. Lori, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Nick. How are you?
We're doing well, Lori. What movie did we just play for you?
Gran Torino.
That is correct. Congratulations. Willie Nelson tickets are yours, Lori.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome. You have a great rest of your day. Enjoy your weekend, and we appreciate you listening and playing.
All right. Thank you, guys. Love you.
Love you, too. There she is, Lori in Havertown. Speaking of love, let's get to the love of the show, the love of many people's lives, because we love a Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 9, sponsored this morning by Philadelphia 100. In the news this morning, TikTok, we are awaiting an 11 a.m. news conference while Trump's attorneys vow to appeal the verdict as soon as possible. And so officially, former President Donald J. Trump is officially not a convicted felon under New York state law. That's because he won't officially, under the state law, be a convicted felon until the judge sentences him July 11th.
Okay.
I want to call that out because we've been pointing out the media, CNN, one of them, the banner all morning, big red banner, convicted felon.
Yep.
Technically, not a convicted felon.
Okay. Very good.
Just saying.
Any bets on what the press conference is going to be?
For Trump?
Yeah.
He's going to come out and say it's a sham and a rigged trial. Going to be pretty much the same stuff we heard yesterday, just I think probably a longer version.
Sean, do you have a preview for what's going to happen?
Well, here's what I'm hoping.
Yeah.
Because Dan Bongino branded him the outlaw president, so I've got ideas running through my head. But I like the idea of, this town ain't big enough for the two of us. You want to talk about outlaws? We're going to do tremendously well. I want to tell you something, too. They say my mugshot was the modern-day Mona Lisa. But I could say this now. They're equating me. They're saying it's a modern-day Bonnie and Clyde. I call it Donnie and Clyde. That's what's happening.
Donnie and Clyde.
We don't know who Clyde is yet. It could be Snoop Dogg. It could be. But we don't know who Clyde's going to be. But it's going to be a beautiful Clyde. Nobody's ever seen it. I'm the greatest outlaw the world has ever seen. This town ain't big enough for the two of us. I can tell you that. Something along those lines.
Yeah.
Outlaw Trump. There's a bit there, and we're working on it.
Awesome.
Love it. Trump Tower, 11 a.m. this morning. We get to hear more.
You'll carry it live, right?
Yes, of course. We'll carry it live. That's the beauty of live and local, right? And so no matter what time it is, we will carry it live and local. And the point is that they don't appeal in this, because these are state charges in New York. The actual appeal must come after the sentencing. So even though the attorneys have said they're going to vigorously file all kinds of motions, expect that within the week or next week or two, the actual appeals don't come until after that July 11th sentencing. So I just want to point that out as far as what are the procedures. Another historic trial not in the headlines just yet, the criminal trial of President Biden's son, Hunter Biden, facing federal felony charges. Hunter will be the first child of a sitting president to be a criminal defendant when jury selection begins Monday morning. Technically, this is a local situation, right? At the state level, this criminal trial of a former U.S. president. We've never seen this before. Hunter Biden facing 3 firearms felonies, all of which focus on whether or not he lied on a federal form when he purchased a firearm locally and whether he lied about at the time being addicted to drugs. So that will be playing out. Jury selection of those 12 residents of Newcastle County, Delaware. They have to evaluate that evidence and be tasked with rendering that verdict. Maximum punishment here in this case, if convicted on all of these charges, Hunter Biden could face up to 25 years in federal prison because it's federal, not state. Federal prison, you don't get game time like you get in the lower courts. It's mandatory.
Yeah. Speaking of Hunter Biden, our buddy Jimmy Fallon with a great tweet. He says, if Trump belongs in jail for trying to bury the Stormy Daniels story, then all 51 Intel officials who buried the Hunter Biden laptop story should be reading my tweet from Gitmo.
Jimmy is so funny.
He is.
We have a woman seen in that famous now viral video confronting Kylie Kelsey out on her date night at the Jersey Shore. Just to wrap this up, she's identified as Andrea Goldberg. And Goldberg says she's sorry. She apologizes, and she says that she did apologize directly to the Kelsey family. She's now making a public apology saying, I am sorry that this isn't me. She was yelling and screaming. She says, my anger and actions are not who I am, certainly not indicative of the welcoming community of Margate. As an adult and proud member of my community, I should have recognized and respected their right to privacy, and I'm deeply appreciative of the grace and understanding shown to me by the Kelseys and wish them nothing but the best. Regretting her alleged drunken rant that went viral.
Put the sauce down, lady.
Can you imagine the pressure on her? Everybody who knows her was calling her going, Andrea, do you realize?
Yeah. You went viral for all the wrong reasons.
Can you imagine waking up with that hangover and seeing all that?
I have woken up with that hangover.
That's not right.
Again, I hate to keep pointing this out, but I am a Jet fan. So
Sean's like that every Monday morning during the fall.
Oh, Aaron Rodgers made it through 4 plays. Let's
cool.
let the games begin.
We are sponsoring the Big Three, Philadelphia 100, calling all entrepreneurs. Distinguish your company as one of the fastest growing in the region by applying for the 2024 Philadelphia 100 Award. So take the first step in joining this elite group of businesses. Apply today at Philly100.org. Thank you, Philadelphia 100, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, Sean's going to stick around and we'll riff and react to some of the clips as we get ready for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, Friday edition. Stay tuned. We're coming right back.
My dad, Len, always says, the minute you get in a car, everyone, front and back, should buckle up.
And my son Jordan always says, the minute you get in a car accident, first seek medical attention and then call us. This is Len Lundy.
And I'm Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. My dad and I hope you never meet us because of an accident. But if you do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers.
Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Have you questioned your doctor about symptoms like low energy, digestive issues, brain fog, joint pain, just not feeling right, just something is off, and you're only left settling for unanswered questions, or worse, being told it's just because you're getting older? You don't have to settle for unanswered questions any longer. With Younger Me MD's exclusive VIP membership program, aging doesn't have to make you feel older. Their proven 3-step process and functional medicine approach helps you discover the underlying causes of your issues. As a member, you get access to high-level personalized treatment plans, as well as discounts on treatments and supplements. If you're ready to live the life you deserve, it's time to learn about Younger Me MD's VIP membership program. Call 445-266-4024. 445-266-4024. That's 445-266-4024. And schedule your consultation with Younger Me, MD.
I heard you hired a CFO for your business. How did you afford that?
Easy. I hired Style CFO Services. They do everything a full-time CFO does. Cash flow forecasts, custom financial reports. Our profitability has skyrocketed. They even helped me get ready for our audit.
I bet they're really expensive.
You wouldn't believe how affordable they are. They will even do a 21-point assessment of your finances for free.
For free? How do I sign up?
Just go to stylescfo.com.
Stylescfo.com?
Yep, that's STILES CFO.com.
Baseball season is heating up. With the free Odyssey app, you can get the most entertaining local coverage of your team while you're at work or on the go. Stay locked in and in the know with your favorite hosts as they bring you unfiltered takes, react to the latest team news, and talk to callers. Don't miss any of the action. Stream the shows you love live or on demand with the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today for free.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-514-1026. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started Wesley Financial Group to do one thing: help people get out of their timeshare nightmare. When you buy a timeshare, the timeshare company can raise your annual maintenance fees at will. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Want out of your timeshare? Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels has to be New York. Skiing, Colorado, every time. And for psychics, think California Psychics. When you want the best, some places are better than others. That's why at CaliforniaPsychics.com, home of free spirits, big dreams, and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. We connect you with the very best, so we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So whatever direction you want to take your life, you know where to start. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
All right, winding things down on a Friday. Dawn Stensland coming up in about 17 minutes. Before we get there, we will riff, react, rant, and rave to what other people have to say. It is what we like to call What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. Much like us, everybody else reacting to the Trump verdict yesterday, and a lot of would-be, could-be, maybe vice presidential contenders weighing in, trying to get their points across.
Their hot takes
maybe
out.
They can
get in the good graces of Trump.
Maybe they can, get in Trump's graces, good graces, I guess. Let's start here with Marco Rubio. There's a lot of talk about possibly him being vice president. Mm-hmm. I don't see that happening, but, stranger things have happened. This is cut 7. Phil, go.
It's, they just elected Donald Trump president, so politically I think it's good. I think, unfortunately, they've made a travesty, a mockery of our criminal justice system. I think all over the world right now they're watching news reports and they're saying, what America's turned into us, meaning these third world countries, these dictatorships, these crazy places. I don't know what I can add to what people have already seen. You literally have a judge that supported Joe Biden in 2020. He supported him. His daughter makes money off political campaigns on the far left. A jury pulled from one of the most liberal counties in America. A prosecutor that basically ran on the promise that I'm going to get Trump. I don't know what I'm going to get him on yet, but I'm going to get him on something. Charges that basically turned a misdemeanor into a felony by tying it. We don't know yet what the title is because they introduced a new crime in the jury instructions saying, well, and by the way, in addition to the federal election interference, which he was never charged with, you can also tie it as a felony. You can also turn it into a felony by tying it to some tax law in New York, something that they never mentioned throughout the entire trial. The list goes on and on and on.
Sean, I think that's the thing that stands out to me the most with what everything Marco just said there is other countries around the globe are looking at the United States and saying, did they really found him guilty and indicted him on a bookkeeping thing? Like, that's what you expect in these third world countries. Boy, what has America devolved into?
Yeah, that's the whole point, right? And that's the point that I think I was trying to make earlier, essentially, is that, you can call him a convicted felon all you want, right? Technicalities. But it's a nonviolent crime, and it's not serious, right? Falsifying business records, and then we elevated it to a felony because the judge gave a smorgasbord of different crimes that the jury can convict on, et cetera, et cetera. It didn't have to be unanimous. But, when you look at the average American and say, wait, Donald Trump's a convicted felon. Oh, what did he do? Well, I don't really know, but I know that they convicted him. It looks so weak. Mm-hmm. What are you afraid of? Obviously, we know what the Democrats are afraid of, but I think Rubio, I used to call him Little Marco. We used to call him Little Marco. I don't know if we're going to do it, but he said I had small hands. He said that something else was small, but
Oh,
not
no,
true.
he
Never had that
didn't.
problem. I can tell you that.
That's true.
Never had that problem.
I forgot about
You
that.
can even ask Stormy. Never had that problem.
I forgot about that. That's right. Those two
yeah.
went at it
Oh.
in 2016 or 15.
On the debate stage,
Yep.
they had a measuring contest. It was
Oh, my
unbelievable.
God.
So it's just, but no, he is right about other countries will look at this and go, oh, they indicted Trump. What'd they get him on? And it was bookkeeping. People, voters, other countries. It looks ridiculous.
What do we think of him, Marco Rubio, as a potential VP candidate? I don't like it.
I don't like it.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about it. I guess I could see it, although I think there are better options.
I can't see it, Dawn.
Much better options.
The problem is they have to jump through the hoops of that little thing called the Constitution. They're both from Florida.
Well, yeah,
Could
I mean,
they
one
get
could-
around that?
yeah.
Yes.
It's the same thing with DeSantis.
Right.
One could.
But I don't think he's the one.
Byron Donalds, too.
Yeah.
Of all the people, and it did look like Veep auditions on the networks last night and on
It
Fox.
really did. I was just thank you
Right?
for saying that. Yes, it did.
But to me, Tulsi was my favorite last night. If I'm gonna go with,
Oh, you're coming around to Greg and I's belief of Tulsi.
no, I'm just saying if last night was like The Apprentice or one of those shows,
Yeah.
and you're just saying based on last night,
Yeah.
she resonated the best.
I'm telling Sarah on you.
No, I love Sarah Huckabee.
Sean, what do you think of Tulsi as a VP?
I know.
It's the whole Democrat
Yeah.
thing,
Yep.
right? Like, I understand reaching across the aisle, but I don't really want to find common ground with Democrats anymore, like after yesterday. However, I understand politically, sometimes you have to put the emotions aside and say, well, could she help us win the election? She definitely could. She came to New York in 2022 and helped campaign for Lee Zeldin. Glenn Youngkin helped them there as well. And I think there's obviously some interesting strategy to be employed there with regards to Tulsi. I would rather not go with a just freshly removed from the Democrat Party person who's kind of wishy-washy on guns and climate. Obviously, she's kind of like, she'd be a better fit with like an RFK, in my opinion.
Yeah,
But
I'm just going to say that. Yep.
look, the best part about Trump is that the base is not going to abandon him no matter who he picks.
Right.
Yeah. So, he doesn't have to worry about that. I would rather see somebody like a Zeldin or a Vance be picked, or a Vivek, someone like that be picked instead.
All right, that'll do it for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. The Dawn Show coming up in just about 11 minutes, and we find out what Dawn has lined up for the top of the hour.
Yeah, so we'll obviously update you on everything that's happening. There's a lot of local news that we haven't even gotten to. National news. We'll take Trump at 11. The two guests this morning were, and we thank them for being flexible around Trump and all the breaking news developments. But we have Christine Flowers and Guy Shiraki locally to sound off on this. And again, talking about your taxes, talking about what's happening at local school board levels. Want to update you on all of that and what's going to happen this weekend if you're heading down the shore. What will be different as if you are heading down the shore this weekend? All that coming up.
All right, Dawn Show at the top of the hour.
Fights, drunks, what?
Lots of good,
found no.
Lots of shenanigans at the beach,
Yeah, I
right?
was just going to say that.
It is New Jersey.
Yes, exactly.
It is New Jersey.
Bad things happen in New Jersey. Oh, no, that's Philadelphia. Yeah.
All right, let's get to Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Friday, May 31st, we celebrate the birthdays of Corey Hart, Jim Vallance, the longtime songwriting partner of Bryan Adams, and John Bonham of Led Zeppelin. Singles include Glory Days by Springsteen at 85. Albums include Living in the Material World by George Harrison in 73, Speaking in Tongues by the Talking Heads in 83, and Ready and Willing by Whitesnake in 1980. Also, in 1961, Jimi Hendrix enlists in the Army. In 76, The Who sets the new loudest performance by a rock band at 120 decibels. And in 77, the Sex Pistols single God Save the Queen was banned by the BBC. But lastly, based on yesterday's news, I got inspired to do another top 5.
Oh, no.
So here is that list.
Okay.
Number 5, Van Halen with Judgment Day, off for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge.
I see what you
Pretty
did
good
there.
album, actually. Number 4, Hand of the Enemy by Ozzy, off Scream. Number 3, Metallica and Justice for All. Had to get that one in there.
Nice.
Number 2, The Dead Kennedys with Stars and Stripes of Corruption.
Wow.
And number 1, based on yesterday's events, Tom Petty with I Won't Back Down. For Kayal and Company,
Wow, Phil.
I'm Phil Omquist.
Nice work,
Phil getting
Philip.
political in his.
He is.
I like it.
We would play Tom Petty, I Won't Back Down, but YouTube would flag us.
It's true. It's absolutely true.
And it would kill our broadcast.
Yep.
So there you
What
go.
is Tom Petty? Is that song talk about the vaccine? Is that why you?
No, you remember with Tom Petty with I Won't Back Down. Remember Carrie Lake was using that in the midterms of 2022, and they got flagged, and she got, I think the Tom Petty estate sued her, didn't they?
They did. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Sean, it was great, man. We'll talk with you next Friday. Thank you so much for jumping in, and it was a blast as always, pal.
Always fun. Always fun. Can't wait for next Friday. Super excited. Always love joining you guys. And hey, we'll see you all next Friday.
Just as a little programming note, you'll be hearing a lot more from Sean this summer. So
Okay.
I'm just there you go.
There you go.
Oh, let's go.
Let's
I'm
do
ready
it.
to go. You all better be buckled up. Let's make it happen.
There you go. Sean Farish, good stuff as always. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. Everybody have a great rest of your Friday. Try to get outside, enjoy the weather. Don't get caught up in the absurdity of social media, losing your mind over the weekend, and get out and do something. We'll reconvene Monday morning at 6. Dawn is up next. It's been a while since I played this, but you know what? It feels like the right time to do it, so I'll leave you with this.
Sick of you. I'm sick of all of this. I'm done with it.
You're driving along when you realize
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
you didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying,
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan with one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6670.